Hello. It is Tuesday. Wow, Tuesday already. Yesterday, of course, we were still working on the, Deadpool anime. Unfortunately, we couldn't finish it yesterday, but that was kind of expected. There was a little bit more that, a few more scenes that needed to be done, but the good thing is they're not that bad anymore. They're not that complex, except maybe for one. So which floor we might get into today, or it'll probably be done tomorrow. So tomorrow is very likely the day that we're gonna put it all together, and we have all the scenes. No, actually, yeah, we need tomorrow might be the day where we need to render them all properly, because right now they're not fully done in the right way, meaning that they, I want to render them in different layers so that I basically have more possibilities or more options when I want to, when I want to composite. Welcome, Fraud. Hope you have a good day. Yes. So, music just gone. No, still playing, but nothing happens. Yeah. So today we're gonna finish probably the last, or like the last few, and then tomorrow, we can actually do the. Yeah, we can do the rendering, I guess. If I can finish the last 4 scenes that I'm missing today, it's gonna be like rendering. If not, then tomorrow we're gonna start with the last scene probably, and then the rendering. We'll see. But um, it's it's reaching the end, which I think is nice. Finally, we've been working on this, especially the refining is quite tedious, so I'm happy that it's over soon. Welcome, Daily Alimentation. Welcome, Prashant. Hope you both have a good day. Currently very sick right now, so I really need some content from you. No problem. Hope you get well soon again. Let's see what this scene is for today. Well, there you go. It might not be the only one that we're going to work on today. It's a fairly simple one. It's also not that long. Yesterday we only worked on one scene basically because it was like very, very long. Basically almost as long or almost twice as long as this one. So this one should be faster, than the last one. Also, this one isn't as complex, I would say. So it should be a bit easier too. So yeah, back into the grind, I guess. Not much has changed. It's just the end is near. It's kind of like seeing the finish line, at the end of a marathon. But you're not there yet, so you just need to count your steps, until you're there. So that's what we're doing right now. Really love the characters and the art style. It's my go-to from now on. You mean this kind of style? Yeah, I think it works pretty well to make it look 2D. It's also pretty. I think I like the style overall. I think there are a few things that I maybe want to change if I wanted to do this again. Maybe to make it a bit more complex or whatever. Probably mostly in the background and like the effects and stuff maybe. But yeah, I like the simpler style more complex, styles. I guess both have their appeals, but this one I just like bold colors and stuff. Okay, so would there be a difference if you render in cycles versus an Eevee? Yes. So if I switch this to cycles, you can see what happens. Boom. This is what it looks like in Cycles. Cycles doesn't have a specific shader node that I need for this. So in Cycles it wouldn't work at all. The node that is required for this to work is the... Where is it? Oh. this one right here. The shader to RGB, that doesn't exist for cycles, so you can't even do that in cycles. Maybe there's a different way to do it, but you know, if you have a node that does that for you, why would you try to fix that? You know, try to find a different solution on your own in cycles basically. Yeah. Try Invincible versus Omni-Man. Yeah, I have a few things that I might want to do next. But I also have like a list of ideas or like concepts for future videos. So whenever, you know, you recommend something, you don't expect it to be the next video, okay? But it might get, you know, put on the list. And then I'll check the list back at some point, and then maybe at some point you'll see a video that you have recommended. Okay, so yes, the earlier we start, the less rambling there is, the faster we get through this one. It's a pretty simple one. If you look at this, also for some reason, the Epidemic Sound, the website that it works again. Hold on. Currently I'm playing through VLC Media Player, my music that I downloaded from my videos, but the site works again. So let's see if we can play some cool music there. Ooh, what is this? Tech House? Okay. I guess we'll just let that play. This time I chose the Restless Mood for this. Let's disable vocals. There you go. So I guess we're just gonna let this play and see what it sounds like. Can you show how far in animation we came? I don't really have a timeline right now that I can show, but tomorrow we should be able to look at all the final shots and maybe put them together already in their what would you call it? In their uncomposited state. Unseparated, whatever. Yes. Okay, so basically all that I really want to do here. Hold on, let me grab my lights. The main light is a bit actually no, it's fine. It's fine. It is fine. Actually, I'm curious about something. Hold on. If I decrease this, does the shadows get smoother? Kind of. I guess I don't really do much. I kind of like this more. Okay, so yeah. So basically, what I really only want to do is fix the main lines, which I think are pretty good already, but maybe there are some small fixes that I want to do. And then the big thing is the you know, the shadows, of course. Maybe some some added lines here and there, but not too much. I want to keep it pretty light. There are like two different styles for both characters. One is like the super detailed style, and then one is like the close-up super detailed style, and then one is the more relaxed style, I guess you could say. So the super detailed style for Wolverine will look something like this, for example. This, right? You can see the difference is quite stark. But yeah, but there's also the simpler version, which you can see in some other shots. Let me see if I can find one. I don't know if I actually have one so far for Wolverine. I have that more for Deadpool. So if you, for example, look at, let's see, do I have this one, for example? You could see this is the more detailed version of Deadpool. But then, of course, we also have the simpler version, which looks a bit more like this. Nope, that's not the one. Like, this is also not the best way to show it. This one? Nope. Actually, nope, that's also quite detailed still. Where's the one that I have in mind? Oh, here it is. This one? Oh, so many scenes. This one. You know, just a bit simpler. And not as detailed, basically. So you kind of have these two, you know, kind of comparable looks, right? And then you have this one, basically the more simpler version of the, of Wolverine, basically. So I don't want to add too much more details to this. I just want to kind of refine it a bit more to make it look, you know, a bit nicer, a bit more refined, you could say. So The biggest thing, you know, every time in the beginning, as you can see, there are also not that many keyframes, which is nice. So this should go by pretty quickly. I've looked through this already a little bit to see if there's anything that I need to adjust, basically. Yeah, and you know, overall it looks pretty good already. There are just a few small things that I might want to adjust. So for example, here you can see some double lines and stuff. I kind of want to just get rid of these problems. This is apparently a manual line, so I need to switch that here. Yes. Yeah, and then once that is done, we have that. Oh, this line can go. The lines are a bit cleaner, and then we can get into adding some more lines, which also shouldn't take that long because we don't have that many keyframes. I'm wondering, can you, if you select the keyframes, does it tell you how many you've selected? Frames? Nope. Wait, really? No, never mind. That doesn't make sense. Why does it say 21 frames? Weird. Okay. Yeah, it would be cool if you could see like the amount of keyframes. Maybe that's visible somewhere else. Maybe you can enable it somewhere, but I don't really know where. Okay. So basically, just going through this, looking whether there are any double lines and stuff, and then going from there. Like these ones, for example, I want to keep his lip pretty solid. Probably you can see it's pretty visible here, like a solid line, right? But then it kind of fizzles out like this. These lines we basically just have to remove and then redraw the lip, which isn't that bad. It's just you know, we have to delete these lines first here, for example. Pretty simple stuff. Ta-da! Just to prepare the lips for the actual lines. Okay, there it's back again. Good. So that's one thing that I want to get rid of. Let's see if there's anything else, anything big. When I looked through this, it looked already pretty good. So I don't think there's like too much to change. Maybe here you can see this double line, which isn't necessary. You know, just kind of going through it like that and finding these kind of doubles because they kind of make the lines thicker, which of course shouldn't be the case. I want them all to be the same thickness. So if I can, you know, remove these and fix it that way, then why not do that? Oops. There you go. I also would like, if I can, actually, I don't know if we'll get there today. There's like one more scene that is a bit more interesting, which is basically the one where Wolverine regrows his hand. This one, right? Oop. Right now it looks very, very, you know, like everything looks very, very straight and very, very simple, basically. I want to maybe create some sort of, I don't know, like growing effect there to make it look a bit more, you know, organic, where how it grows back. You know, I'll probably, I don't know if we can get there today on stream, but I'll definitely get there later today, which I'm kind of looking forward to because I kind of want to, yeah, play around with what kind of effect you could animate there. There are some there's like one very, very detailed version of that I've seen in an anime before, but that would be a bit too crazy for this project. So I'm kind of trying, you know, kind of looking forward to experimenting what you could do there. Are you recording as well? Yes. Will this be uploaded? Explanation type of video? Nope. For the explanation, you can watch the stream. I only make the, you know, the video that I usually do, I guess like summarizing the project. How many hours have you already in this project? Depends on like only the animation, or like part 2 of the project would probably be like 160 hours more or less. But if you include the characters too, I don't know, maybe 100 hours more or so. roughly, I would say. Dude, there's one thing that I really don't like, which is these flickering lines, which is because they happen because the curves that create these lines go into the mesh at some point and then they go out again and then in and out, create these really, really annoying lines. So you'd probably have to fix those, but it's not that bad. So just annoying because, you know, it's just like these small things that add extra work that is unnecessary. So I have to, yeah, I have to fix those. This is kind of weird what is happening here. What is this? Okay, yeah, just kind of going through, getting rid of all of these weird lines. Same on this side. And then once all the lines are gone, we can once again go back to, you know, hold on. Nah, I'm debating to just rebake these lines, but I feel like it's fine. They're not going to be that much better afterwards. So I might as well not do that. Wait, let me go here. Oh, okay, that doesn't work. Okay. Why did I leave that much space in the end? Oh, I know why. For the transition. Boom. Okay. Time to skip school to watch this. About how close are we to finishing? So finishing the animation is going to be done today. So like 90% or more, I guess. And then, or like tomorrow morning, I guess. And then afterwards compositing, which means we have to render all the scenes in individual layers, which might take a bit longer, but it's not that bad. So we're pretty close. I thought about animating the bones and stuff too, but that would be a bit too complex to do. So I kind of want to avoid that. I'm probably just going to create like flesh growing up, right? Something like that. I think that could still look good without adding the bones. That would be cooler, of course, showing the bones first, but it's just a bit more, a bit, you know, too complex for my drawing skills, I guess. Okay. Dude, this music isn't exactly what I had in mind. Let me switch to something else. This. Boom. What? Okay, that doesn't work. Okay, let's try something else. What about, let's see, themes? Hold on. No, those are kind of small playlists. What about good old dreamy? Aha, that's pretty good. There you go. That sounds better. Okay. Less intense. How do you make the white eyes? They're basically just white emissive. It's just emission. White, you know. Just use an emission node and then set it to white. There you go. Love the brushes you made. I'm glad you liked them. Actually, the first time I got feedback on the brushes. So I appreciate it. Usually I just use them myself, right? But, you know. It's nice knowing that other people, you know, can also enjoy them. Use the rig to make my character more feminine. Use ChatGPT for ideas how to do it. Okay. Oh, yeah. Just watched the video and went to your account to see you had more. Oh, yeah. Well, of course, this, if you're talking about the first part of this project, of course, this, of course, isn't the final version of this project. I'm going to make another video, of course, part 2 about this too. So I guess you can look forward to that. Okay, so this looks pretty good now in terms of lines. There are no double lines, so that's fine. Next thing that I want to do, probably, I don't even know if I need to fix any of the... Oh yeah, we need to fix the manual lines, but isn't that bad? Just, especially because there aren't that many... Oh, is that not the right line? I guess that's the other one. Okay. Oh, right, of course. It shouldn't be that bad. Not as bad as yesterday. Usually full body shots, for example, take longer than these upper body shots, for example, because there's just less detail, right? So if we do this now, and for this scene, not only will it not take as long as the one from yesterday, because there aren't as many, there isn't, you know, that much body to cover, but also, oh, what is this? Oh, right. But also because oh, I'm doing something wrong. Hold on. Okay, let's try that again. What happened? I destroyed my whole thing. Let's try that again. Oh, wait. Oh, never mind. It's fine. It is fine. Good. So, yeah, so this shot, of course, doesn't have the full body, which should make that a bit easier. But also, the scene isn't as long. So that should also make this a bit quicker. So I would expect this to be done, you know, within the stream. Hopefully, maybe even earlier than right at the end, because I kind of want to, you know, do at least a second one, start the second one on stream. That would be nice. If not, then you know that's also fine. But I would like to do that. Usually we finish one on stream and then I finish like 2 more off stream the last few days that we've done this. Hopefully this time it can be a bit faster. I think so. The next scene is also very, very short, so we might be able to finish 2 today. Ooh. I don't know if we have ever done that before. Might be a first. The 2 are quite similar, so you know. Maybe we can. Oh, there's no shoulder to fix. Nice. This one can be skipped. Good. Nothing to fix here. Even better. That might be the only thing that we need to fix there. Except maybe for the last few shots. Here. Boom. Nope. Here. Still nothing. Good. And there's a little bit. Okay. Let's grab this. Also, I just noticed that the lines kind of end there, but that should be fine. It's in middle of the transition, so it should be fine. If I move these in here, we should have all the lines fixed. Then we can add some more. Add like small little amounts of detail that make this a bit better. And then we can probably go over to the shading. No background music. You should hear background music. No, you can't. Why not? Hold on. There's something about... Let me check. Okay, that's fine. Weird. Hold on. Settings. Aha. I guess it's this. Wait, which one did I use again? I forgot. Does this work? Nope. Hold on. I can figure this out. I can do it. For some reason, something is just disabled. Default. Does that work? Nope. Give me a sec. Well, computers, hope you have a good day. What is happening? Properties. Aha, hold on. What is that? No. Let me check my thing here, just to make sure. Oh, that's probably why. Hold on. Never mind. Weird. Okay, hold on. I can figure this out. There's like, I have like this software that allows me to separate the audio so I can adjust them individually and on stream. But I kind of just wanted, the problem that I always have with that is that I would basically just want to listen to the audio with the same volume that you can, so I can make sure that it's not like too quiet for you, but the same, like properly set up for me, right? But for some reason, I think that thing just to reset. What is this? Is no, I tried that already. This one's the wrong one. This one. Let's see if that works. Aha! Hold on, testing. Yes, you should be able to hear it again. Now you can hear it. Good. Weird. Okay. Whatever. Okay. Good. There's another one that is not connected. I will worry about that later. Currently up to the close for the character. Thinking of doing particle physics and get the simple close add-on. Okay. Yeah, cloth simulations in Blender. It's not really something I like working with, but you know, you can probably create something okay looking with it. If you're not like wanting to create like super detailed characters, it should be fine. Or like detailed clothing, you know, just like a simple shirt, for example, should be doable. If you're thinking about like multi-layered, you know, like a multi-layered dress, for example, that might not be the best. You know, using Blender's cloth simulation might not be the best decision there, but you know, something simple I think should still be easily doable. The worst part about that is just that it's just so laggy. That's the worst part about Blender simulations. Like, you do something, like you have certain settings, you bake or you just simulate. It looks super laggy, so first of all, it's harder to see exactly how it would look in the end. Then you see like, oh, this doesn't look right. You change the setting, you do it again, nothing changed. You change another setting, nothing changed. You do, you know, change another setting until you finally find the setting that you need. Instead of being able to just play it like in real time, right? And being able to change the settings like immediately and seeing the results. No, you either have to fully bake the thing to see it, or yeah, always like, you know, play it super laggy, which is really annoying. Okay. Oh, okay, so welcome Cocoa. Hope you, Coco, not Cocoa. Hope you have a good day. So, I think the lines are fixed, so now we can add some individual ones, which is pretty easy. Let's do it. So for the line out, of course, we can go to the line out layer, and then basically, for one thing I probably want to do is first of all establish all the keyframes. So the way we can do that is just by, for example, if you have auto keying on, you can see whenever I go to a new frame and then I draw, right, like a dot right there, it creates a new keyframe. Basically this way I can now go through this, and for each time he moves, I can add a keyframe. And once I have all of those, oh, I don't even know if he changes there. I think I want to go out of here so the camera movement doesn't confuse me. Go. And then once I have all the keyframes, I can then go ahead and, you know, actually draw something on them. But having them here makes it a bit easier to see where I need to, makes it easier to switch between the keyframes. and also make sure that I exactly know which are actually the most important, or like the ones that I need to draw on, which keyframes. Oh, that might have made no sense, but it's helpful for drawing, okay? That's all you need to know. Okay, there you go. Problem is that I'm not confident with the weight painting to make objects, which is why I'm using cloth physics to make objects. What do you mean with weight painting and objects? Do you mean like clothing, weight painting clothing, you're not comfortable with it, so you're using cloth simulations? Okay. So basically, I want to go through this a bit. I think what I want to do is I want to go to like this section where he's standing pretty neutral, right? And then add parts to this that, you know, parts to this, and then I can animate the before frames and the before and the after frames. I can first make sure that this looks good, and then I can add the, you know, the before and after frames basically. Also, I think what I would actually start with is not just drawing it manually. I think I'm going to start by adding extra lines to this. So the way this works is the way I created these lines, for example, even though there's no like contours or whatever, is they're like edges that are floating above the mesh, which are then being picked up by the automatic line art generator, and it puts like line art on top of them. We can do that here as well by adding even more lines to automate some of the animation too. So basically what I want to do is go in here. Oh, I could probably, yeah. So what if I could do here is I could just duplicate this mesh. So now I have a duplicate of this mesh, his body, right? I could then get rid of this. Also get rid of all of this. Blah, blah, blah. Good. And then I don't need any of this. I only really need these. So now I can go in here and I can select the mouth edge. Look at this. This is what Wolverine looks like without his mask. Oh, and without his shoes. There you go. Basically what I want to do is just select. Why is he see-through? Oh, right. I know why. Select sort of the lip down here. This one, probably. There you go. Maybe one more. Okay. And then invert it. Delete all the other edges. There you go. So that's the only edge that I want to keep, which is this one right here. And then if I go in here and can I do that? Oh, yes. Wait, does that work? Let's see. So if I now basically go in here and I say, this place probably doesn't work. Let's see. Maybe it does. Oh, nope, goes in the wrong direction. But that's fine. I could also maybe just move this forward a bit. So now the line is in front of the lip, as you can see right here, which means it should get picked up by the line art generator as an edge to draw lines on, to draw a line on. If I bring it closer, you can see we can create this automatic line right there. Now, if I create you can't see it right now, but that's fine. I'm just going to create a collection called like extra lines. There you go. Put that in there. Lip line. Okay. Put that into the extra lines collection. And then I create another object, which is the grease pencil collection line art. There you go. Which now basically allows me to select the, the extra lines. Oops. Where am I? I'm confused. Oh. Extra lines. So now I can basically select that collection here, which is already selected. Set that to this, and then this to the stroke settings here, set that to screen space. Now it picks up the line right here as a line, I guess, for the line art, right? Now I can change a few settings so that only those lines or these edges are being selected, which is basically to deselect everything except for loose. And now I can create more of these lines to also create more of these detail lines. The thing is, the reason why I did it this way by duplicating the mesh and then removing everything except for this line is that this line now has the weight painting from the original mesh. So it actually follows perfectly not only the mouth but the whole rig, right? Otherwise I would have had to animate that a bit manually myself, but because it has perfect weight painting, it does that now manually, which is really, really nice. So now the lip there is already there, which is nice. I guess I could do the same for the upper lip too. Maybe. Let's see what that would look like. Do I have a good upper lip there? We'll see. Upper lip edge. How did you animate the face? With a rig. You can see the rig right here, Rigify. Good old Rigify rig. That of course also has a face rig. So let's do the same again. I have the duplicate of the mesh. Let's call it... Oh, we need to unlink it first. Oh, that's fine. It's already unlinked for some reason. Good. This is unnecessary. Okay. So, getting back into this, we need to find a good line here that we can use. Probably, if I look at this line looks pretty nice. This one. Oops. This one. I don't need that much. I just need like these two edges right here. Invert. Delete the edges. And there you go. We have this one. Let's move it a bit further forward to make it clearer. There you go. And now, if we also put that, let's call it upper lip. There you go. Boom. And then if we refresh this, there's the line. So now we have a line for the upper lip and the lower lip. I kind of probably actually want to adjust this line a bit. That should be possible here. If I just move this down a bit, for example, we can create a more U shape, which should look a bit better here. There you go. But it still moves with, you know, the lip, which is exactly what I need right here. There you go. Now we have a line right there. Might actually want to move it a bit higher. What about that? Where's the line? I don't see it. Oh, there it is. What if we move it a bit higher? There you go, just a bit higher. You can see now it's I think that's better. And now we have a line up top and we have a line below already. I think the next thing that I want to do is actually the beard, or just some extra lines in the face that I can parent to the head bone, probably. I think that should be enough. I think what I want to start with right now, because that he looks a bit bare right now, is a beard, and then we can do the rest. Like some extra more detailed lines here. So basically what I need to do, or you know what I usually do now, that's like one technique that I figured out to increase or speed up the refining process. You know, doing it this way. Edges, there you go. Just bring in, you know, one of these edges. There it is. Bring it into the middle. I don't see the edge. There it is. Hidden on the white background. And basically now, what I basically want to do, first of all, I want to give this subdivisions. So maybe 2 should work. Maybe, yeah, should 2 is enough. Also, what I need is, let me first of all snap this. You enable snapping, right? Medium point, snapping to surface, face project. So I basically just want to snap it to his face, like this. And then I want to also, since it's currently in his face, right? Because the face is round, but the edge is basically just 2 points. So basically it goes through the roundness. I also then want to use a shrink wrap. There you go. So I can shrink wrap it. Snap mode, above surface, target, his face. Boom. And now the edge is above his, above the, like on the chin surface. And now to bring it a bit higher, we can increase this like 0.001, for example, to bring it above surface, maybe a bit lower, boom. There you go. And now we can use this edge also to draw some more lines in here that are better to use than having to... The reason why I want to use these edges is basically because I can rig them, okay, I can parent them to the rig, meaning that I don't have to draw these lines every time manually for each frame, but they're also automatically being generated. Of course, that is a bit, you know, that makes it a bit, I guess, 10 times faster than having to redraw them myself every time. And that's why I kind of do it this way. Okay, but of course for this to work, I don't want to see the rendered view in here. I want to see it down here. Also, no, that's fine. Yes. So basically now I just go down here, right? I have the rendered view down here. And then if I go out of edit mode, I can always see what the line looks like. So now I'm basically just pulling up an old version of his face. This one. Take that as reference, right? Try to recreate that for him here too. Whoop. Okay, there you go. Now we're just basically modeling his beard. Why did Deadpool look like the heavy from TF2? If you think that is Deadpool, then you should probably watch the new movie. Is this Blender 4.1? Nope, it's Blender 4.2. I did a few tests with the Blender, like Blender 4.1 versus 4.2 for this project, and 4.2 actually gave me some slightly better results in the shadows, for example, so I stuck with that. There are also some different settings and stuff. There's like one issue that I've found so far with transparency that isn't that great, but it's also not that bad to fix. So yeah, so far at least I like this version more, 4.2, for this project. I don't think there would be like a big difference between the two, but you know, even if it's a little bit, might as well take advantage of the, you know, of the benefits, I guess. Oftentimes, when I looked it up, anime likes to draw beards with just like a few lines like this. That's why, you know, I drew it this way too. You know, it's good enough. So why wouldn't I do it this way either? You know, as well. Boom. Put it over here. Create a general beard line and then detail it in a second. Okay, so we have a barcode now underneath his lip. Perfect. And then, actually, do I extend it even more? No, maybe a little bit. No, it's fine. Now I basically just want to give it a bit more variety by moving them, shifting them a bit. Like this, right? And then afterwards, shortening them. The way we can shorten this is pretty cool. We can use active element. So if I select these 2 points and then this one last, I can just scale it down to make it nice and short. There you go, maybe a bit too short. Oh, there you go. Also now basically I want to just create this sort of triangle shape here, which should be somewhere here. This one might be the longest, so I can make this a bit shorter, not too short, and create the stepping right here. Okay. Oops. There you go. This side looks pretty good. Okay. And then for the other side, basically the same. And then the little beard underneath the lip is already done. We basically just then have to do the same for, there you go. We can maybe also change this a bit, make it a bit more varied. I think that should help here, not make it perfectly clean. A perfectly clean straight line should help here too, just like slight variations. There you go. Okay, so that's the beard up down, like right there. What is that beard called again? When you only have it down here, it's like a no, it's not a goatee, right? Goatee is the, yeah, that's like the whole thing here. I don't remember what it's called when it's just underneath the lip. It's something really weird. Hope stream and your project's going well. Soul Patch, there you go. Welcome everyone. Yes, it's going pretty well. Nothing Yeah, it's, it's been quite tedious fixing, the, or like just refining the stuff, but, we're getting through it. Pretty simple stuff in general. It's just doing it basically. It's kind of like laying down tiles in your bathroom or whatever. Just having to do it is the main thing. It just takes quite a while. There you go. We have this thing here. And then I want to... How far do we need to put it up? Fairly close to this. I also just noticed that this is kind of offset, but it kind of looks like... Let me just move it down. There you go. It was kind of offset on the lips. That should be better. Imagine Wolverine with a goatee. It looks immediately weirder. Also, he has like arm hair too, but for his armor, I haven't really found a great way to add that yet. So he might just have bare arms in my version. Okay, that might just be something that we're gonna do here. Okay, but we'll see. Save this. Okay. Yes. So duplicate this. Boom. Create the same bar here again first, and then we can create the the variation. And then once this is set up, we just parent this probably to the jaw. That would probably make the most sense. And then we have a pretty nice beard that also follows and is automatically generated. I haven't added to the base model that I've created for this, right, that I link back to in this project. And the reason for that is that I forgot that he has a beard. So I'm doing it now, I guess. Also, for some scenes, he just doesn't need a beard. So it might actually be better to just add it afterwards rather than doing it now. I mean, rather than doing it before. Gives you a bit more options, I guess. Okay, that's fine. Are those a bit too close? No, that was good. I don't want to make these lines, put them too close together. But that should be fine. And then doing the same on the other side. I think the ones below can be a bit wider apart. And then the ones, the soul patch can be a bit closer together. There you go. Okay. Music. So once again, 12-minute song. Oh my god, what is this? Ambient song, that's why. Oh, there you go. You know how people talk about being addicted to their phones? Or like how they can't like work straight without looking at their phones, for example. For, sometimes. I feel like I am the same, but not for phones, but for music. If I don't listen to music or just like to podcasts, I have some sound in my ears. It just feels weird. maybe I'm just used to it now. And I could, theoretically also work with it without it. Like without any music. It just feels weird. Let me actually delete this. How far down can I go? Probably 2. Yeah, now I'm just sitting there. What I do now basically is I switch between music and podcasts. So sometimes I listen to music and then it's like, oh, I've listened to this for a while now. Let's switch to this other thing. And then I listen to podcasts. And sometimes, and then I switch back to the other thing, and then I switch back and forth, basically. I don't know why, but at some point, just like listening to people speak is getting, I don't know, unstimulating, uninteresting, and then the opposite happens, after a while. I don't know why that is, but it was kind of interesting, like noticing it for myself. Oh. How do you select something without it turning into the active object? That's so weird. I remember something that I'm always cautious of is to not listen to the same like playlist or song or whatever too many times, just so I don't lose like interest in it. That's the last thing I want to do. Like you like a song and then you listen to it so much that you actually don't like it anymore. I always try to avoid that by just listening to like either do like a whole playlists on YouTube, for example, or just yeah, just have like multiple things that I switch between, just to make sure that I just don't lose that interest or that spark, I guess. Okay, there you go. That looks pretty good already. I want to make these ones a bit shorter. Welcome Jack Comas. Welcome Kias Yunmoon. You too, of course. Hope you have a good day. Oops. So you can see we're currently modeling a drawn beard. Oh, I think the way that you don't make it an active object is by selecting not exactly the object, but kind of close to it. So it just proxy selects it. Kind of a weird feature, but okay. I thought also a little bit more about, like, I think yesterday we talked about like more ways to optimize this workflow. And something that I thought about was using geometry nodes to, for example, clean up the geometry. I think it can work, the thing that I thought about, but the problem is geometry nodes have not been, or like grease pencil has not been properly added yet to geometry nodes. So I think there's like a geometry node 3.0 that is currently been, you know, that people work on right now, which should make it a bit easier, or like creates an actual geometry nodes like object in, no, grease pencil object in geometry nodes. And then finally, you can do stuff like merging points together and stuff, and just kind of do general basic stuff that you can currently do with meshes, for example, in geometry nodes. You'll then also be able to do in grease pencil, and that should actually make it a lot easier, hopefully, to do some of the cleanup. So for one big thing, for example, was that there are some lines, for example, that are very close together, like ends of lines, basically, that are very close together. That should basically just, that you then go into and then select all the endpoints and then scale it to 0, so they're all on the same spot. But you know, instead of doing that, you could also just automate it by selecting all the endpoints and then seeing if, you know, and then just saying that all the endpoints that are close enough together, that are just supposed to merge together. Yeah, you know, you could automate stuff like that, which takes some time sometimes, right? So being able to optimize or like speed that up would be really, really useful. Currently, we can't really do that. Hopefully that is going to be a feature soon. It's always like kind of disheartening seeing, I guess maybe it's also just normal, you know, working deadline or like timeline for, you know, like development timeline, but it feels kind of disheartening when you see like, when you look up a project or like a problem and then you see like the perfectly described solution for it, like, oh, we have this new feature that you know, that is planned, and then you check and it's been there for like 1 or 2 years and you haven't heard anything new about it yet. It might also just be that it's like, you know, takes a long time to fix stuff like that and you just have to wait longer, right? But it could also be like one of those features again that got scrapped or just like pushed back. So you think like, oh my god, that's exactly what I need. Or then the thing that you're looking forward to has been pushed back and you just need to wait even longer for it. Stuff like that. Oh, that's a bit too much curvature. That's always the worst. Seeing the perfect feature announced or like talked about, but it's just not in development actively. There's like one thing in like Blender at the last BlenderCon they had like the second to last 2022 I think. They had like a podcast they did in between talks I think, and they talked about like updates to the texture painting and like how they want to change it and stuff, and that whole thing was talked about in 2022. We had no texture paint updates on like at all so far, or like anything significant. It might just be that they want to integrate geometry nodes more with it, because you know the good old, what's it called, the everything nodes, you know, project is still ongoing. Maybe there's something they're missing in. Let me render this real quick and see if the beard looks fine. Maybe there's something that they want to figure out with geometry nodes that will fix that, but yeah, so far no updates on texture painting, which is really sad, because that's like one of the main things that you do in 3D, but also the main one of the still like worst parts of Blender. Like performance is just really bad. The way that it works is kind of unintuitive, so getting an update there would be really nice. Maybe at some point. I still have hope. How big should a 3D printer ready model be? How many millimeters on average? I guess that depends on your print bed size, on what you're printing. So like, you know, you could create a minifigure that is like 5 centimeters high, or you know, you could create a statue that is like 20 centimeters high. I don't think there's like a you know, an average that I could give you. Unfortunately. It's just something you have to figure out yourself. You kind of just have to pull out like a ruler, for example, see like, oh, you know, what are 5 centimeters? Does that look big or not? And then just kind of, you know, yeah, kind of estimate whether it's big or not, or too big or not, you know, just kind of depends on your idea for the thing. Okay, I kind of want to probably, hold on. I think I want to spread out the edges here. Just a tiny bit. There you go. The beard, I think it's fine. Oh, I think I want to make them a bit more uneven, these edges. I could probably bring this a bit higher. Oops. Just to give it a bit more, make it a bit more rough. A bit more beardy. Like it kind of needs it. Looks a bit too kept right now. Yeah, I think that'll help. Maybe rotate them slightly too, just to add a bit more variation in here. I think it's kind of important. Right now the lines are all pretty straight, so adding just a little bit more variety in here should help make this look just a little bit better. Since if you were to draw these right manually, you wouldn't really be able to do this perfectly. So having perfect lines here when you model them, of course, also would make sense. So just adding some slight rotation, for example, some slight scale changes, some slight, not thickness changes, because I want to keep the lines all pretty even. Just rotation stuff. Yeah, should make this a bit better. Nice. Okay. I think the problem right now is that the beard looks fine. It's just the rest of the face. It's just not detailed enough right now. So I want to add a few more lines here and there to improve it. And then that should be everything that we need. Yeah. Hope all is well. Will you also be streaming when building the scenes for the what? Streaming when building the scenes for the animation? I don't know what you're talking about. Currently, I'm working on the last few scenes that I need to refine, and then all the scenes are done. I guess you mean the environment, maybe. I think I want to keep the environment pretty similar. So the focus is fully on the characters. And the environment is kind of just like the, the second player, or like just like a background thing, right? How it's supposed to be. It's not supposed to be like something super complex. It's also, I thought about adding more details to the background, or like the environment, or like, for example, creating like a horizon, for example. But it was a bit too like complex for, what I had in mind. So I think I'm just gonna keep this, keep this pretty simple ground plus sky. And then, yeah, focus more on the characters. Okay. So, the next thing that I want to do, and that's, the problem is, usually he doesn't really change his expression. So I can't just add those lines manually how I add the beard here. Unfortunately, I don't think I can do that. For the other parts of his face. Maybe. Actually, maybe. I don't know. I think, so I want to add some lines here, like some full like lines around his nose. But I think I'm going to do those manually because I think that's just going to make it easier. I think so, yeah. Welcome, Daniel. Hope you have a good day. So, first of all, what I want to check is whether those lines actually work for the animation. So now that we have the beard, we need to basically go select the beard, then select his rig, go into pose mode, and then basically parent the model, the object, to the jawbone. There you go. And now if we play the animation, we should be able to see that it moves with it. Nice. So this should also already automate most of it, which is nice. So now the next thing is whether when he changes his expression, whether it creates any problems. It doesn't look like it, which is nice. Good. Nice. Okay. So now this is already good. Now what I want to do... Actually, I could probably add the lines to his face because it doesn't really change that much. Yeah. So this mouth corner, of course, gets raised slightly, or does it? No, I think only the lips open. I think that's the only thing that changes. No, the lips also, I mean, the corner of the mouth moves a bit too. So I think what I want to do is only really add like lines here for the nose and also for the... Actually, no, not for the lips. Oh, I guess we could check again this here, this line right here. Duplicate the the body again, just to see whether there's something we can take from this. So for example, here you can see these lines going from the nose to the lips. Maybe we can take one of those here. Maybe this one. That might be a bit too far out. I guess we'll just have to see. It's probably going to be a bit too far out. Let's try this one. That's the 1, 2, 1, 2. Boom, boom. Okay. And then invert edges. There you go. What does it look like? Oh, where's the other one? Where is the... There it is. Okay. So if you move this a bit forward, is that in a pretty good position, or is it a bit too... I don't know. It seems... Actually, it might work. Let me move it even further forward. Okay, there you go. So if I move this in there now, what are they called again? Nasolabia fold. There you go. I think that's what the fold are called that these lines are creating. Yeah, it looks kind of weird. See how it kind of moves around, like not really to the corner of the mouth, but kind of upwards weirdly. That doesn't really work that well. I think I'm just going to draw them manually, but what we can definitely add are the nose lines. Let's just duplicate this. Actually, yes, duplicate this. First of all, remove the parent. Clear parent keep transformation. And then delete all the edges except for one. So now we can use this one to refine the nose. Yeah, this is like probably one of the most efficient techniques to speed up the refinement process. Just because it basically, like the biggest problem of course with like animating like a hand-drawn animation is that you have to draw each frame manually every time. But with this, you don't. You just put this in here and then it gets automatically animated, which is really nice. It's also more stable. It creates like no, the lines aren't as jittery. It's just overall much easier to do. So if I can use this, I will always use this. I have a few more techniques that I kind of played around with that can work, but this one's probably the most efficient one, or the easiest one to use. And also the most, efficient one. This is now that. Nose, face, no skin. And then I need to do the same again. Use this one, nose, mask. As I'm shrink wrapping to the face, I can't use this here for the mask too. So I had to duplicate this and then shrink wrap it here to the mask. And then this should work. There you go. So if I move this up, you should be able to see, yes, it snaps to the mask. Good. So putting that in here, for example, just to create a nice nose shape. And that's one of the few lines that I wanted to add here. The nose looked very undefined. So doing this should help with that. Maybe even moving it a bit forward. And the one thing always to keep in mind for this is that nothing really matters for this except for the final look. So maybe, it looks weird in the mesh. Maybe the edges look weird how they're set up. As long as it looks good in the end, it's all good. You don't need to care about anything other than the final look. At least for this kind of rendering style, which is nice. Gives you a bit more freedom. You can, be a bit more creative in these solutions that you can use. There you go. Do the same on the other side. Yeah, makes it a bit more fun sometimes, especially if you've been working in like realistic rendering, for example, for a while. Doing this kind of style can be nice and refreshing. Because you can be so lax, I guess, with how you're doing it. Which you oftentimes can be, of course, in realistic renders. You have to be a bit more sneaky with your stuff. There you go. Like, I want to make it a bit less round. So what if I move this over here? Is this another ambience song? Yes, it is. Ooh. Okay. There you go. What are we making right now? Hope the finished product looks good. So right now, basically just I've blocked out all the animation, like all the scenes of the animation for this, Deadpool anime project. And now basically what I'm doing now is refining it. So the 3D model creates certain shadows, casts certain shadows that usually look a bit too realistic or too wonky for it to look hand-drawn. So now this step is basically here to fix some of these shading issues that creates, fix some of the add some more line art that hasn't been created manually or automatically, for example, and just generally make it look a bit more hand-drawn. So right now, for example, with these edges, these extra edges that I'm adding, you can imitate like hand-drawn lines because they're being picked up by the automatic line art modifier as lines. And yeah, this way you don't have to draw them all individually or like manually on each frame. They're being automatically generated on each frame, which of course speeds up the process of refining quite a lot. Believe it or not. There you go. Okay. I don't know if I like this. Maybe I want to shorten this a bit. I think that's better. Okay. So the nose is there pretty much. Now I want to refine the eyebrow and maybe add maybe 1 or 2 more lines to the eyes. So now we just basically take the nose mask, boom, rename it to brows, for example. Yes, and then delete all this, use this edge, refine this over here. So you can see down here, this is going to be the final look. This is going to be, the normal viewport view of the scene. And if I, for example, move this edge over here, extrude it, you can see the edge. This edge is being created by me putting this line down. Ta-da. So now I'm basically just trying to, add some of those lines that have not been manually added. This might be a bit too far. Okay. Like this, for example. There's also another way how you can use geometry to refine, for example, the shading. In that you basically just use simple planes and cover certain areas of the model, for example, to create solid shading, for example, or to refine it. I haven't really shown that on stream yet, but it's also quite niche in when it can work. So I don't know how useful it really is. I need to play around with it more. Okay, maybe it's a bit too high. That looks pretty good. Just to kind of extend the eyebrow to something that makes sense. And then do the same on the other side. Ta-da! So all the work that we do here, right, for this one frame will then be automatically done for all the other frames. So that's why I'm a bit more, attentive, I guess is the word maybe. Pay attention a bit more to this one frame so that, this one looks good. Because if, once this one looks good, I don't really have to touch it again. There you go. Okay. That already made it better. And then maybe a few more lines around his eyes, and that should be all that we really need here. So let me... Actually, I want to add one... No, actually, it's fine. Let me add, first of all, the lines here. I don't know if his eyebrows change. I don't think so. I can just combine these. Upper face, I guess. There you go. So now I want to add some lines here, for example. In this case, maybe here. Ta-da. Like this. There you go. You have this line right there. Do the same on the other side. Ta-da. And that should help. And then we can also add 1 or 2 more lines here to the eyelid. There you go. Maybe that's a bit too much. Let me remove these and then add another one here. I might want to refine the eye shape still. Actually, that's kind of weird. That makes them look tired. Maybe this line is already enough. So if we add that line to the other side too, we should have some, you know, a bit slightly more refined face, or eyes rather, or face in general, I guess. That should make it look, you know, a bit better than before. So here's the before, no, after, right? Here's the after. There you go, right? Boom. And then here's the before. This was before, after, before, after, before, after, before, after. Okay. So some pretty good changes, which now all we really need to do is make sure that they're parented to the right objects. So they follow the mesh, you know, the body, his body basically. And then that should be everything. Nose mask, what is this? Oh, right, okay. So for these, for example, I can select the rig and then just parent them to the main head bone, probably. So they follow that bone. And then the upper face, for example, can also be parented to that bone. And now if we move this, I think that's all of them. We can just now move it. And you can see, ta-da, it moves with his face. So that's basically automated. Now, all that's really left are like the lines around his mouth. And those I probably want to add manually just because they're a bit more... Because the mouth moves, I can't really automate them that well. So I have to just add them manually, which should still not be too bad. Now I can show you, I guess, what it would look like if you can't automate them. Let me get rid of this. Okay. What are your plans after you finish this project? Any other ideas? I have some ideas what I want to do afterwards, but nothing concrete yet. Usually I finish one project and then I think more in depth about the next one. So, yeah, I don't really have like concrete plans yet. Okay. Welcome, Gen Z. Hope you have a good day. Okay, so... hold on. Oh, I remember what I wanted to do. Overpaint. So now, since I want to create some extra lines manually, I basically have to create a layer in front of him that I can use for that. That should be fine. Nope. You know what? I'm just going to make it very, very precise. There you go. Oops. Okay. Oops. Once again. There you go. Okay. So now we can go in here. I guess we can go to like frame 20 again. Let's do the one where he smiles. This one. And now I can basically go in here and first of all make sure that I'm on the line out layer and then just draw the extra lines first of all. So for this I want to basically just kind of start with this here. Right, there you go. And then maybe this one. Oh, I should probably enable. Oh, I do have stroke stabilization. Okay. Wait, how is it so small? Okay. There you go. So do the, ooh, that's, why is it, okay. There you go. Do those lines, and then also down here you have these. Okay, that looks weird. So it looks like he's something, it has something in his mouth. I kind of, maybe I want to get rid of these. I think this, it looks weird. I don't know why they look weird right now, but I think I'm gonna do it without them. So now that we have this on one frame, of course it's not done yet. We need to basically now just move this to all the frames. So if you can see now, if I move this, boom. Oh, I guess that's also an issue. Let me fix that real quick. Edit lines. Let me do this real quick, and then there you go. That should be good now. Good. So now we have them here, right? Which means that if we go to the next shot, they're offset again. So we need to basically now add them for each new frame until it looks good. Meaning, yeah, we basically just have to do that. So we have this now, and then we don't have to redraw them. That would be something you would have to do if you were to draw this manually, right? In like on paper or whatever. But in 3D, in digital, of course, we have a few more tools we can use. For example, the Sculpt tool to push it in the right direction. This should make the lines a bit more consistent. You know, and also speed up the workflow a bit. There you go. Does that look good? Looks pretty good. Oh, that's a bit too far away. Okay, next frame, and that's basically what we do for all the frames. What is this? Oh, right. We can also just move them like this. Imagine if you could move lines on a piece of paper. There you go. There aren't that many keyframes, so this should definitely be easier than before. You can also see for this one, it might actually be just simpler to redraw them, since they're this, you know, perspective is very, very different to the previous one. So it might actually make sense to just draw them manually again, rather than just relying on the ones that we already drew before. Usually it's better to draw them new when the frame is very different. Like the perspective, for example, is very different. But then if it's like smaller movements, it makes more sense to copy it and then sculpt it. So here, for example, the perspective changes so much that it doesn't really make sense to just copy it, because right now, you know, you couldn't really sculpt it into something like this, or definitely not as fast. And there you go. So this one, and that should be the beginning fixed. And then the first frame isn't really anything. Yes, good. Boom, boom, boom. Nice. So that is fixed. And then we go forward. So this should be now a bit more subtle in terms of movement, meaning we can use these sculpt brush. There you go. This actually doesn't have to change at all, which is nice. So So here for this, I might actually get away with just moving it rather than having to sculpt it at all, which might be pretty good. And they make this even faster than I thought. These lines are pretty good to align this since they connect to the corners. There you go. Okay. And then here he changes his expression, so this needs some new lines, but you can see now we have this animated. All that's really left now is to fine-tune some of the things, and then we have a pretty good line out here. So this, for example, if you look at the original, which one's the original? If only I knew. This one maybe? You can see the lines are connected to the nose, but then as we go further, they kind of disconnect from it. So I just want to bring it back in there to not have that inconsistency. And I also might want to raise this line a bit, since the mouth is raised, being raised. Might want to raise the line too, because otherwise it doesn't really make sense, right? If the face moves, then the lines should move too. There you go. So that's fixed. Problem solved. Now, the line right here. Oh, I should probably begin at the beginning. Here, so this one's the one that we start with. There you go. Just raise it a little bit. Oh, that's a bit weird. Making sure that it still looks good when we flick from one frame to the other. Okay. There you go. One more. And then that is fixed too. Good. There you go. So, the lines on his face are pretty good. I want to refine his eyes probably. And then we can go to probably the refining of the shading actually. The shadows and stuff. I understand nothing about animation, but I'm just here to relax before bed. Hope it goes well. No problem. Welcome, Kenobi-wan. Hope you have a good evening. Yes, so this line is fixed, which is nice. We can see it here. Moves a little bit with the mouse, with the mouth, which is nice. This shot might be a bit too much, actually. Bring it down a bit. There you go. Okay, that's nice. Okay. Welcome, Christian. Hope you have a good day. I want to fix the eyes, and then we basically have everything. So I could maybe actually fix the eyes with more edges. I think I want to do that. Yeah. Okay. First, what we need to do is we need to remove the automatically generated lines for the eyes. And then we can do that. Might be a bit hard to see them, but they're there. And we need to get rid of them. Actually, we kind of maybe don't actually need to, but might as well. Prevents them from being a problem in the future. This looks actually pretty good. Can have Wolverine smiling at me in my dreams tonight. Look, interestingly enough, I actually didn't have a refining dream yet, or a nightmare about this project. I usually actually don't really dream about my projects. I think it's like random stuff, nothing specific about what I'm doing at the moment. But I've heard other people talk about like when they do something for like a long time, that they also start dreaming about it. That's all their brain can think of, right? Okay. There you go. Lines are gone. Good. Now, it is time for the custom eyes. Actually, we could maybe even... Do I want to do that? No, I kind of want to keep these eyes, but I want to remove this weird line right there. Let me do that real quick. Boom, 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 boom. Because it's kind of distracting and unnecessary. Okay, good. Oh, I should probably remove those lines when I don't need them anymore. Oh, right. I haven't done that yet. I forgot about the rest of the lines around his mouth. Okay. Wait, what? What is happening? Here, okay. How many frames per second is this animation? 24 frames per second. Basically, like the standard anime frames per second. Okay. That looks pretty good actually, like this. Does that look good? I think so. I think it's fine. Boom. Okay. Then this one. I'm just kind of free drawing it, restyling. Not really looking whether it looks good from one frame to the other, but I figured it's fine. Yeah, okay. There you go. The good thing is if the character, for example, moves a lot, you can get away with more jitteriness in the lines and all the shapes in general. So for this, for example, I don't have to be as precise as some other stuff, for example. Luckily. Which is nice. Oops. Okay. Now everything should be there. Good. So now I want to adjust the eyes. And that should be pretty simple. They're a bit too wobbly, a bit too like unrefined, I guess. You can see some weird glitches here and there. We can fix those pretty easily, so let's do that now. First of all, we have the eye edges again. So I want to add a few more around the eyes, of course, to make them. To add those lines too. I mean, to refine the eyes, I want to use those extra lines again. Here, what do we need? Upper face, there you go. So now I basically just want to use these edges again to refine the eyes. I don't even, oh, there you go. Good. Okay. It's kind of like a squiggly line around his eyes that's what I've done for Deadpool 2. I think it looks kind of cool. So I want to do that here again. Make it a bit sharper, a bit more, you know, triangular, I guess. Kind of like this. Right, how his eyes are a bit, basically just like triangles. I want to do that here too. Just not as detailed, I guess. There you go, that looks pretty good. Now we can duplicate these edges a bit to give it a bit more randomness. Offset them slightly to make it a bit more squiggly. And then we do the same on the other side. So now this will be the new eye shape down here, this, right? I just have to make sure that... also, it's kind of flickering, which is annoying. I guess I can fix that with more geometry. Subdivide, there you go. Perfect. And then just do the same on the other side. You should get in touch with Disney. I don't think Disney wants anything to do with me. Okay. That's fine. Is that shape? Yes, okay. It's hard to see. It's black on black, so it's really hard to see anything. But I think we can do it. Move it, scale it. Boom. Okay. Yeah, it's kind of going inwards. Of course, I want to avoid that. Upper face, there you go. So since it's shrink wrapping, sometimes it's shrink wrapping weirdly, which creates like these wobbly lines, just because the geometry is wobbly in that area. So sometimes you have to kind of distort the lines so they're actually not straight anymore, just to make the lines visibly, straight in the camera. Once again, another example of all that matters is the camera. Okay. This one is probably, yep, requires subdivisions, okay. And then we duplicate it again. And then we do the same here. And then for the last eye edge, so we have this fully done. And then we have better looking eyes. Not fully there yet, because we need to fill them still with, white. Right now you can see the eyes are way smaller than the outline is. But we're going to get to that in a second. Is there anything else that I want to add or remove or anything? I feel like this is already pretty good now. Oh, is it moving with the face? Let's check whether the edges create any problems. Right, so in this instance now, at some point he changes his expression, and at that point I want to keep his new expression or his new eyes. So what I also need to do here, So I need to you need to use a shape key to remove the edges. So by just doing all this, I can select only the eyeliner, I guess you could call it. Create a new shape key. There you go. And then just move, I guess I could just scale this by 0 so it's completely gone. And then I can go here, keyframe 0, and then keyframe 1. And there you go. Now the lines are gone. Perfect. And the other lines actually look pretty good still. Actually, maybe I don't really need those lines here. I think I also want to remove this. Do I? It kind of helps though. I guess maybe I could shape key those too. I think that's what I want to do. Let me create, yes, okay. Yeah, let's make this a bit more dynamic. Do you prefer this style of art/animation or over what you would normally make? I think it's more that I enjoy the variety. So I like creating something and trying to make it look realistic, but I also like creating something that looks stylized, and the variety makes it interesting to me, because just doing the same thing over and over again can be a bit boring to me. And since these kind of different styles allow me to think about the same thing in different ways, it makes it a bit more interesting to me, which is nice. Yeah, so that's kind of, you know, my opinion on those styles. So basically just want to extend these edges on this side too. And then I can shape them. Okay, there you go. Maybe these other edges can also be a bit more refined. There you go. Oops. It's dark on black. It's really hard to see anything. Even here. Okay. So now we have these edges extended. Now what I could do is I could use another keyframe, I mean shape key. Keyframe it at 0. Move it to here. Create a keyframe here. At 1 maybe, I don't know. There you go. And then bring it back to this. So make it look good for this frame, basically. And then create another keyframe or like shape key or keyframe for the next keyframe when his eyes are fully up, right? To make that look good. And that should be nice. So that already looks pretty good. We can do the same. The other side. Okay. I'm really glad that I found this edge method to refine. Make it a bit faster. It's so much better than having to do it manually. It might be a bit more fiddly, but it's fine. I don't mind fiddling if it saves a ton of time. The one thing that I don't know why or what happens there is that it's just gone here. What is this? What is happening there? Oh, no. Something is happening. Is it this? Yes. Oh, okay. I think I need to redo this one, but that's fine. I think I want to fine tune this one first. So this looks pretty good. Now we need another one for the next keyframe. This one. And that should be all of them. So basically just create another keyframe here. From this. Do I want to do that? Yes. New shape from X. There you go. This to here. And then we've animated the eyebrow line. Oh, it's glitched again. What is happening? What is happening with this line? Maybe I should do it differently. Hold on. I have a different idea. Hold on. Yes, I have a different idea. So let's set those to relative, okay? Let me show you why. So, yes, we don't need any of these anymore. So this is how it's supposed to look. Then we keyframe this at 0. We move to this. This is now 20. 20. So this looks good. Then we create a new keyframe. This will be 30. Now we need to move to this here. And now we can edit this one. So basically relative keyframes build on top of each other. Shrink, what's it called? Shape keys. And the not relative shape keys do not build on top of each other. So if you want to have like a sequence of change or a sequence of shape keys, it might be better to use relative rather than anti-relative rather than using relative shrink wrapping. So now for this one we need to set it to 30 and there you go. Maybe refine the line a bit and then that should be good. Look at this. Looking pretty nice. The problem is, of course, if you use relative shape keys, you cannot combine relative and non-relative shape keys. So you can't really just do either or the one or the other, unfortunately. But yeah, you kind of have to make that decision. But it's still, you know, it's not the worst decision to make. The thing that I deleted, of course, is that the eyeliner here gets scaled down, but I can just do that now. Oh, here, scale 0. So now if I look at this, it still gets scaled down, which is nice. I guess for 30 it should also be scaled down now. There you go, good. And then we fix the other side too. Perfect music for somebody that wants to fall asleep. Are you doing textures too? Wait, you mean... I mean, 0 isn't really used for textures, right? You mean sculpting textures, or do you mean like painting textures? This model has painted textures, in case you were wondering, for the distinction between his, you know, this color here and the this line right here, the main body color. There are different. There's a texture for that. So I'm guessing you mean that, maybe. Okay, that looks good now. Yeah, looks pretty good now. Okay. Good. So the only thing missing is the shading now. The shading actually looks pretty good already. If we set this to 3 subdivisions, it hasn't really changed much, which is good. Yeah, the shading looks pretty good already, so we don't have to do too many adjustments. Just a few to make this a bit better. And then we have everything we need. We can render it. Good, nice. So let's do the last few things and then we are done with this scene. This one was a pretty fast scene. The next one is also very fast. Also, make sure to stay hydrated. What's the word for hydration but for food? Nutrition? Let's see. Hydrated word but for food. Fed, I guess so. Satiated. Glutted. I guess satiated, maybe. Sated. Make sure to stay satiated as well. Example here. Example given. Banana. Insanely white banana. Exposed, overexposed banana. Yeah, I think as far as I know, simulation calculations uses your CPU, as far as I know. But the problem is it's not necessarily that it uses your CPU. Well, it's probably a good thing. I think CPUs are better for simulations. The problem is that it only uses like 1 or 2 cores, I think, to do the simulation. That is like hard coded. So you can't even if you have a better PC, that doesn't mean that your simulations are faster in Blender, which is really annoying. Okay, so now we can go in here and basically just fix some of the lighting. Pretty simple stuff. Also something I probably want to do, just because I want to show it off again. A really useful grease pencil add-on that if you ever use grease pencil, you want to draw a lot. Really useful. It's called Grease Pencil Color Picker. What it allows you to do is create a color palette. So for this one would be the Wolverine palette. Palette name, okay. Oh, let's try that again. Wolverine. Okay, there you go. So we have a Wolverine palette now, and now we can add all the important colors in here. So for example, this one, and what was the other one? This one. Which else do we have? The black one. Good thing is I named them like DP and W for Deadpool and Wolverine, so it's easier to see which one's which. There you go, and then same here. Blue shadow, and then the black one too. And then also a fun thing you can do to make it a bit more, to make it easier which palette is which, right? You can also move them around and stuff. And then you can also go into the middle and add an image. So for Wolverine, for example, what do we have here? Where did I grab the colors from again? I forgot. This one, I think. There you go. And now we have this. Now this is the color palette. So now what we have, all I need to do, I don't have to switch the colors up here, going through this list, for example, or here in the shader list. I can do it right in the viewport by just pressing A, and then I can select the color right here. For this, for example, I can do this. Ta-da! Really, really useful. Can save you a ton of time. Because switching colors with the basic grease pencil tools is not really the most fun thing. I think if you just Google grease pencil color picker, you'll find, I think maybe the first entry should be already the best one, or one of the later ones. Basically like a, let me find it, hold on. This one, lacuisine.tech, is the site that shows it off a bit, and at the bottom, you also have a download link, or like a GitLab link where you can get it for free. Really, really useful. So if you ever use grease pencil, this should probably be a must. This is probably going to be a must-have for you. There's no intent to upgrade that, I guess. I think that's hard-coded. That's the problem. They would probably have to rebuild their whole way of working for that to work. And I have not heard anything new about simulation for a long time. But I don't think they plan on changing that anytime soon. That's why I kind of gave up on them, because they're really, really annoying to work with. If you do anything else than like a rigid body simulations, it can quickly become very, very tedious. Which is unfortunate, because that's like, with texture painting, in my opinion, like one of the biggest glaring like remnants from the past that Blender still has. It has like all the cool things with geometry nodes and stuff, and I guess now you can do simulations with geometry nodes, but I still don't know if those simulations use a different system than the old simulations or not. So I couldn't tell you if they're fast or not, but also, of course, you would also have to learn how to use geometry nodes, which is a whole nother thing that you might not want to do. I'm actually curious if that is the case. Hold on. I don't know if I can find anything specific to whether simulation nodes and geometry nodes are faster than these simulations that you have as the tools, right? Like cloth simulation and stuff. Yeah, so I couldn't really tell you, unfortunately. I would imagine if they create a new system that they make it more efficient, but who knows? You never know. You never want to, expect something that then isn't the case. Wrong color. I think another add-on that they had, I think they were a studio that were animating 2D stuff. So they created these tools for themselves. I think another tool that they had, it was a color, like an actual color picker, where you can basically pick a color in your scene that you've already drawn, and then just either you can pick any color in the shot or from anywhere, and it turns it into a new grease pencil color shader, or it you can pick a color from the colors that you've already drawn to quickly switch to that one. That might also be something that they've added. I don't know exactly what else they've done. It might actually be worth checking that out real quick. Hold on. Let me check that out. Because there were some add-ons that I've seen before that I didn't really think were that useful, for me at least. But maybe now I think differently of it. So here's the grease pencil color picker, right? But never mind. Where am I? I think I need to go in here. Nope. How do you see everything that this person has uploaded? You can't, can you? There must be a way. I know that they had multiple of these. What if I just do this? I'm in the same spot again, am I not? Yeah. Oh no, this is it. This is the one. Grease pencil color mapper, grease pencil eyedropper. Those are the ones that I remember. Crochet tools. I think that's also something that I've seen. Multi-frame assignment. Ooh, that sounds interesting. What does this say? Pencil triangulation. Okay. What do these do? The color mapper. Oh, so you can replace colors with other colors. Interesting. So if you have a certain color scheme, for example, you can switch between them a bit faster, I guess. Okay, what about this one? Eyedropper. Oh, right. So this one allows you to select, or at least show, the color of the drawn thing. I think that wait, let's just read. Allows you to see and select the grease pencil features that are under your cursor at any time. Yes, so you can switch between them and identify them a bit faster, I guess, especially if you have a lot of colors, which is pretty nice. And then the multi-frame assignment. What is this? Assigns the material to a stroke in a range of frames in one click. Oh, okay. Select only one reference stroke and the tool will automatically find a corresponding stroke in each frame of a range you specify. Okay, so yeah, all of these are not super useful to me, but maybe to you, so feel free to check them out. Dog is sick, second time this month. Ooh. Yeah. Can imagine that can be a bit stressful. Hope he can get well soon. Maybe if he recovered fast last time, he can recover fast this time. If it's already been twice this month, I'm guessing he isn't double sick. There's always a thing, right? When you have something, someone or something that you care for, when that person or that animal or whatever gets sick, you might feel even worse than when you're sick yourself, just because you can't really read their mind, right? You don't know exactly how bad it is. So you're just kind of guessing. Unfortunately, you can't really ask your dog how it's feeling. Maybe at some point. I saw a video thumbnail recently about how AI could help us communicate with animals. Sounded interesting. Maybe at some point we can communicate with dogs too. I guess we kind of do that already, but kind of just only in one direction. Or with gestures, I guess. Maybe some point we can have conversations about the existence of life. What is the real evil in the world? The mailman, I would guess. The dog has been warning us all along. Okay. Do I want to adjust this to... Why not? No, you know what? Never mind. It looks fine enough. And then once this is done, the whole scene is done. So we only need to get through these frames, or keyframes, I guess. And then everything is done. Which is going to be really, really nice. Oh, I guess maybe I could do that. We've discovered the western part of this playlist. Time to smell the dry sand underneath our feet. Waiting for the next bandit to challenge us for a duel. There's actually a western town or city or whatever, kind of like a park. In, like, not close to where I live, but, you know, in the area where you can drive to. I haven't been there for a long time, but there are always, like, ads on the radio about it. You know, kind of just recreating what you would see in, like, a Western film, for example. Western always seemed so weird. It feels like fantasy. I don't know if people actually lived like that. It just feels so weird. Like riding on horses, having like gun duels and stuff. Maybe that's a bit, you know, it's kind of similar to how back in the day you know, if you think about like the medieval ages or whatever, you've heard so many stories of like horrible torture methods that people developed and used, right? That it kind of seems like everybody just kind of got tortured and, you know, killed. But most people just lived a normal life. Nobody, like mostly just prisoners and criminals, you know, got tortured or, you know, ripped in four or whatever. So most people, you know, otherwise you could also not really run like a city, right, if everybody would just be killed randomly. So it wasn't as scary to live back then, I guess, than maybe it might seem. And I wonder if it's also kind of that case for like Western. Most people just live a normal life, right, in a town or whatever. And then some people, you know, or like the sheriffs and whatever, which have guns, which then, you know, are participating in a shootout, for example. But most other people just, you know, run away, for example. I would guess that is kind of the case. Rather than, you know, hey, Jerry, you've been neglecting your lawn this month. I think we need to have another duel. Maybe I can get your other eye this time. I think it's more, you know, pretty similar to maybe like a farm life right now. Maybe a bit less, you know, secure in terms of living conditions. And boom. Nice. Upper lip, do we need one? Nope. We don't need one. Okay, there you go. The nose looks pretty good. I kind of don't like the wobbliness of the nose, so I'm probably just gonna do this probably. Oops, the wrong material. But that's fine, I can adjust it. Were you animating for Invincible or something? Nope. I appreciate it though. There you go. Don't want to meet you in a Western scenario or value my eyes too much. Well, just mow your lawn and then you don't have to worry about me. That's all I'm asking. Just care for your grass and then we're all good. I feel like I'm caring for your grass more than I do. You do. There's like this, I had a cassette, no, my grandparents had a cassette, I think from when my parents were kids, which were like Winnetou stories. You know, like, what's the other guy called again? Winnetou, I don't know if that's just a German thing, I don't think so. Winnetou story, whatever. Fictional Native American hero of several novels written in German. Oh, maybe it is a German thing. What's the other guy called? Old Shatterhand, is that his name? Yes. In May's story, first-person narrator Old Shatterhand encounters the Apache Winnetou, and after initial dramatic events, a true friendship arises between them. On many occasions, they give proof of great fighting skill, but also a compassion for other human beings. Yes, and there I had a cassette, you know, like an old cassette, like a VHS, but smaller for sound, which had like Winnetou stories on it, and one of them was actually really brutal. He was like in a fight, I think, like a duel. But then the person he was fighting, like Old Shatterhand, was not. I think he lunged at him with a knife and stabbed him right through his like, you know, underneath his mouth, like through whatever you want to call this thing. It's not the neck. It's like, you know, from underneath, like underneath the tongue. Into his mouth, like through the tongue too. And then like the next minutes was just all about like him lying there with the, like, you know, huge wound in his mouth. And then I think he got rescued somehow. But that was like crazy to listen to when I was younger. Like, oh my god, what am I listening to? Like, oh, the blood was curling in my mouth and I could feel the metal of or whatever. Not something maybe a kid should listen to, but I don't even know how old I was when I listened to it. But not old enough, okay? Been watching since the start. I just don't like talking, but your stuff is so cool. Also love your brush add-on, helped me a lot. Nice. You mean you don't... I just don't like talking? You mean me talking? I guess you could just mute it, and then you can put on your own music if you want to listen to music and just watch. I appreciate it though. You used to watch them as a kid? Yeah. I haven't watched them too much. I think I was a bit too young for them to be like in on TV, for example. I just, you know, only I had remnants of what maybe aired back in the day with those cassettes. Most of it was fine, but just like that one scene or that one that one part was just so brutal for no reason. Let's see if I can find it. Maybe I can read it. Wanted to old Shatterhand. I don't like chatting. Oh yeah. Old Shatterhand. Knife through tongue. Ah, there it is. TV tropes. What? Let's see. Knife. What? I just saw... How did... Wound? Jaw? Mouth? Wait, What? Most notable heterosexual life partners. Okay. Tongue trauma. How? Okay, hold on. Tongue trauma. Maybe now? There it is. Okay. Old Shatterhand has several that are discussed in the story. Oh, wounds, I guess, scars. The wound through the throat/tongue that Winnetou gave him in the first novel. It's the sort of scar that should make him instantly recognizable by anyone who knows the story. But since it's in such a hard-to-spot place, and he often sports a beard, you would have to already suspect who you're talking to in order to even think to check for it. Okay, that doesn't really... Trauma. Okay, never mind. I guess that's all that's describing it here. Yeah, but I'm not crazy, it exists. the knife attack. Yeah, it was really, really weird to listen to, but it wasn't too bad. Okay. Yeah, if I watch the stream, which isn't that often, but when I do, I don't really chat that much either. Most people actually don't. It's more like, you know, like maybe 25% if even that, which chat. Oftentimes you have like in this stream, right? You have like 2 or 3 chatters at a time. But then if I get like emailed stream analytics, stream statistics, and then there it says like, oh, 28 people watch, for example, right? So it's a bit, you know, most people actually just watch without, you know, saying anything, which is fine, right? I do the same. Usually you put on the stream because you're working somewhere, right? Not because you have time to chat, for example, and you're concentrated on something else. If you're watching what I'm doing right now, right? the whole time, right? And not just only listen to what I'm saying, for example. I feel like you're in the minority. Nice background noise, exactly. Exactly, especially these funky tunes. They space up the day just a little bit more. And there you go. That looks nice. Now for the little shadow down here. I guess I can extend that, maybe. Does that look good? We'll see. Pretty good, I think. Falling asleep to this, nice. Well, I guess now you're not falling asleep anymore because you just wrote something. So you were falling asleep, technically. Oh, damn it. Okay. I need to be a bit more focused on this. I want to get through this scene, because this scene is kind of boring. I guess the next one is also kind of boring, so I want to see how fast I can get through these, so I can get to the other one. To the next one. That is actually kind of interesting. It will require me to tackle a new challenge. I don't know if we're gonna get there today on stream, but if not, then know that I had probably a bit more fun today solving that issue, solving that problem. Oftentimes, most of the scenes are pretty much the same. So having like these little challenges in between can spice it up a bit, make it a bit more interesting. So this is, for example, where the color picker is really useful. You can go in here, use this color first, then you can switch very quickly, do this color to continue the shadow, like this, and then you can switch again to the other color again, and this makes it much faster than having to do this. Draw with one color, then go in here. Okay, where's blue? Right there. I'm probably gonna use this one here. Continue. And do it that way. The list is just so weird to use because it's so, I don't know, it's just so, it's just bad. It just doesn't work the way that you think it would. It always puts the color that you've selected at the bottom. So when you want to select the color that is underneath that color in that list, you always have to scroll down before you can select it. Yeah, there's just some weird things with it that just don't make sense. Maybe they're going to be fixed in the new Grease Pencil 3.0, but maybe not. There you go. Looks nice. Oh, I'm gonna do the eyes later. Why not? Also, make sure to stay satiated. The shadows kind of, like these noisy shadows are a bit annoying. Because I always, like they already exist and they look pretty good, but they have like this fuzzy edge. Which I then also, I still have to draw over to make it a bit sharper. It's not the biggest issue, but it's just like, why not be good immediately and sharp? But that is just how 3D works. When the people that animated the first Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse movie, they talked about like how they created that style, and they always talked about like fighting the 3D software to get the look that they want. So 3D software is kind of designed to work in a certain way, but to create some of the effects that they wanted to use, they basically just had to force it to do something different. So for example, here for my case, I used interpolation to create the... interpolation to animate the characters. But then afterwards, I actually bake the keyframes that are interpolated, or like the frames that are interpolated, so that it looks like it's animated on 2s. You could also automatically animate it on 2s and use a modifier to and apply that to the animation basically to do that. But it wouldn't look as good since you don't have as much freedom with that than if you were to do it manually. So there are always like these small manual adjustments that you have to make to just kind of steer the 3D program into the right direction. Kind of like an intern. Doesn't know exactly what you want or how to do it, so you kind of have to guide it a bit more. It's still possible to do, of course, all the stuff, but of course it just requires a bit more manual adjustment. Oh, now we're in the Oriental part of the playlist. Watch out for snakes around you. The only dangerous thing around me right now might be mosquitoes. I saw one yesterday flying around my head in front of my screen, and then never to be seen again. Being a menace, being in terror in my room, just making itself, you know, announcing itself, just so I get paranoid. I wonder if mosquitoes actually get drawn to light or not, or if that's only some insects. Maybe moths get more drawn to, I don't know, the smell of skin or whatever. Who knows? Is that He-Man? Nope. I think the title should probably tell you what this probably, who this probably is. Mostly body odors. Yeah. Yeah, because I put on the light to see the mosquito somewhere, but it's just not there. It's just not, it's just gone, and it doesn't go to the light. So I'm guessing they just don't go to the light. I think, I don't remember why insects actually go to the light. I think it was had something to do with predators and being safe from predators in light. But I don't remember exactly what it was. Because when I just say that, it doesn't really make sense to me. There's probably a bit more, you know, nuance to it that makes sense of what I just said. Boom. Okay, this one's also refined. Oh, I actually forgot about the eyes. I'm gonna do the eyes later. Nope, I will do it now. Yeah, my parents have fly nets in their room, in their bedroom. I don't have any. I don't really have that huge problems with them. It's just, I guess right now is the season for them, so they're a bit more, you know, around a bit more. Usually I don't really see them, but I mean, you know, having like a little bite is also not that bad. They're just mostly annoying when you hear them when you want to sleep. That's the biggest problem. When you just hear that buzzing somewhere in your room. Like that's ASMR mosquito buzzing. That probably exists too. Hold on, I need to see if that exists. ASMR mosquito in your room. There it is. ASMR mosquito in your room at night. Let's listen to it. Hold on. I'm gonna wake up everyone that tries to sleep to this, but I want to hear it. Yes. This, but basically just quieter. Hold on. Just as quiet as it can be, like this. And then you just hear it from left to right, and then left again, and then right again. And you either accept your fate, or you try to find them. Usually I just accept that I'm just gonna get bitten. I don't even try to find, because it's just you never find it. I actually, at some point I did some once, but it took so long that it wasn't really worth it. So either way, whether you find it or not, it still robbed you of your time, so you lose either way. You've automatically lost by playing their game. Sounds makes me anxious. Yeah, it's not a nice sound, especially since it's so no other insect has like that sound. You wouldn't think, oh, could this be just like a normal fly, or is that a mosquito? Only mosquitoes sound like that. Even though there are other animals or like insects that are maybe just as big in terms of size. Only they sound like that, so they make sure that you know exactly that they're somewhere hiding in your room. And then when you see one, they start flying again, and then all of a sudden they're just invisible because they're so small. So they can even turn invisible on command if they want. We have a little we have a little porch, I guess. Not a porch, it's like a little garden in the backyard. And we have a little, is that a, no, it's not a patio. Is that a patio? Hold on. Yes, it's a patio. We have a little patio on one part of it. And, you know, when it rains, we collect the rain that, you know, falls on it. And we have like these two big, I guess, containers where all the water flows in, right? But the thing is, right now we have mosquito season. So you can see like all the mosquito larvae swimming around there in in the water. But then at some point two other insects arrived. They're called like back swimmers or something like that. I don't know what they're called in English. And those are basically just like insects that swim in the water. They're kind of like the ones that walk on water, but underneath water. So they basically just they swim how you would, you know, swim on your back. And they hunt other insects that fall into the water, where they can kind of sense the movement, right? Kind of like spiders, I guess. And I wonder if they also eat those mosquito like babies or larvae. I wonder if they do that too. Would be really nice, because then we don't have to worry about them anymore. They have enough food. We have a calm day without any stings. Would be a nice solution. Unfortunately, I don't really know if that's the case. They're also in the container, I think, that had no larvae, so maybe not. I wonder how long they're going to stay. They can also fly. So I'm guessing they're going to be gone at some point, but it seems like at this point right now, they're still finding enough food to survive. Okay. There you go. Why are there only 18 viewers? Because usually people that watch shorter videos don't necessarily also want to watch long live streams, for example. So most people that subscribe, right, have subscribed because they've seen that I create, you know, short videos that they like. Not shorts, but like 50-minute long videos. And they don't necessarily, you know, are interested in longer stuff. That's usually what it is. That's also why, for example, some people that create shorts and then they try creating longer form videos, they get, you know, like, I don't know, they get like 100,000s over millions of views on shorts, and then they switch to normal videos, and all of a sudden, you know, they get like, I don't know, 5,000 views, because the people that watch them are, you know, they want to see their shorts content, but not necessarily the longer form content. On YouTube it's also a bit different, since they separate the shorts videos in terms of the algorithm from the long form videos. So if you watch a channel only their shorts, for example, that doesn't mean that their long form videos will also get recommended to you. Maybe that's the same for live streams too. Although I don't think that's the case. I don't know. Yeah, The problem is these, so the thing about these soft shadows is that they're basically a way to soften the harsh shadows. I can make them super hard, but they don't look that much better, so you can see it here. To make them as sharp as they are right now, like this, right? You could theoretically go into the light settings, because they're basically light generated shadows. They're not shadows made by the shader, basically. They're kind of like a separate thing. So if you go into the light settings, for example, you can make them sharper with the filter here, but then they just they're pixelate. So whether you do it this way or the other way, doesn't really change much. You could increase the resolution limit. I don't think if you can... No, you can make it smaller than this. So there's a resolution limit that you can set. See if I make this bigger. It gets even choppier. So this is kind of the best I can get from those light shadows, as far as I know. Unfortunately, I would love for it to create shadows like this, like sharp shadows. Unfortunately, that doesn't work, which is really annoying. Yeah. So unfortunately, I have to go over them manually. But sometimes they also just don't look that great, so I need to go over them anyway. So it's not a huge difference whether I can make them sharper or not. Oops. Usually they're a bit too exact, and then I can go ahead and make them a bit more simplified, which of course you can't really do by just removing the what's it called, the blurriness. Oops, sorry. I wonder if you could do it on the character shader. Yeah, that's the problem. It's not part of the character, unfortunately. It's like you have the... So here's a line made by the shader. Like this line, for example, like this is made by the character, like the shader, right? And this line is made by the light. So if I, for example, go to the lights again and I disable the shadows, you can see this one stays. On this one, it doesn't stay. So it's kind of these two are kind of separate. This one I can control with the shader. This one I can't, which is really annoying. And I also can't make it super sharp. So it's like this annoying blurriness that I just can't get rid of. I can increase like other stuff, or like maybe ray tracing helps with that. I haven't tried ray tracing yet, but how I use this right now, I don't think I can increase the sharpness, unfortunately. Appreciate it, Blendart. Hope you enjoy your workday. Yeah, unfortunately they're separate. Otherwise it would maybe work. You can kind of do the same. Actually, can you? No, you can't. Oh no, you can. See? No, never mind. I thought you can, but you can't. Okay. Still, the good thing is I don't have to draw these shadows all manually. That would be even longer. So that's one benefit of these existing at all. I just have to sharpen them a bit. Let me write that down as a thing to look into. Maybe there's something you could do to sharpen them. Maybe I just haven't found the right way to do it yet. Okay. Maybe there's a way to create shadows only with the shader, probably. I just haven't looked into that yet. Like using only the shader to also create the shadows like this. There's kind of a way to do that. I can show it to you in a second. I'm actually curious. I want to test it real quick if my theory is correct. So what you can do, for example, let me make a new file. So, if you, for example, have her, okay, boom, and then we have a shader. Okay, mix color. There you go. Get black and white. That's good. So, what we can do is we can use a vector. Is there just a simple vector? No, we can just combine x, y, z. And then we can do a math equation, which is, which one was it? Where is it? Oh, it's a vector math. Here we have the, is it the cross product? I think it's the dot product. Put the vector in here. And we set this to 1, for example. We should get a black and white, or like a gradient. Never mind. Maybe it was cross product. Okay, that doesn't work either. Hold on. Which one was it? Hold on. Let me look it up real quick. Because you could theoretically create those shadows, with a, since the light is just coming from one direction, you could also create that in the shader itself, which might make it actually a bit easier. Where is it? This one, ping pong modulo, this one, dot product. Okay, we need the dot product. And the way this is supposed to work is that it,
here I have a little.
Let's see. So basically what it looks at is it looks at the vector direction. And then it gives you a value. I don't know. I can't exactly explain how it works, okay? But let me see the video here. Okay. Oh, right. We need to not use this. We need a texture coordinate. Why? Geometry. Put the normal in here. Then we compare the normal to a vector. So if you set the vector to 1, you can see the top gets black, and so basically the faces or the points that point upwards are black, and the ones that point downwards are white. If we were to reverse this, for example, with a color ramp, we get this. But then if we also smooth this and then we set it to constant, ta-da, we can create this shading again. And then theoretically we could also use another object like an empty, for example, with a single arrow, for example. Put that in here by, I think you can just pull it in here. Never mind. I guess we could say object info. Maybe that doesn't work, but you could now theoretically use geometry nodes to copy the rotation of this over to the shader and then put it in here. And then you could also basically create like a light and dark system like this, which then also is always 100% sharp, as you can see. So that could work, maybe. The question then would be whether it changes when the character is animated. Probably. So that could be one way you could do it too. And that would sharpen that would of course always create sharp shadows. The problem is the shader works in a way where you have three different, I guess that could still work. You have three different lights that are being used. Here with this system, you could even use more. You can use even more values and create even more lights. So theoretically, you could do, like this one could be the rim light, right? So this would be, let's see if I can adjust it properly. Like this would be the rim light, right? And then you could bring this over here, mix it with something else. And this could be the main light. This one would be here. Oh, that's a bit weird. Right. Wait, what? I guess I can flip this again. Never mind. This is the main light. Oh. That's the problem. I guess we have to do this. Nope. How do we mix these two? Dude, I'm close, but I forgot. I guess we do it the other way around. No. How am I? Ah, there you go. So we have a room light now. We have a main light. Oh. Yes. And now, yeah, we have all three that we had before. So that could theoretically also work. And now all the shadows are as sharp as they can be. The thing that you don't get with this, that's the problem. The thing that you don't get with this is shadows. You only get the shadows based on the normals. You don't get the shadows based on like self shadows. So for example, if I move the nose, for example, outwards, there's no shadow underneath here, which of course there should be because the light is coming from up top. So that's the big problem with that. Those shadows that are basically being created by the light, what would you call those? Like, is that indirect shadows? I guess you could call them like self shadows. Those self shadows, those are the ones that are blurry. And I don't think you can sharpen them in any way, unfortunately. Yeah, that's the problem. There you go. Idea shattered. Cast shadows. There you go. Yes. Love you videos caught you live for the first time. Welcome. Hope you have a good day. I appreciate it. With the method I sent you, because it's light based, basically transform your shader into RGB. Yes, that's what I use here too. But those shadows don't get affected by that. You can see here shaded to RGB. It gets sharpened, but it doesn't do anything for some reason. Yeah, unfortunately. It's just a kind of different shadow style or whatever. Different shadow object that just doesn't get affected by it. Which is unfortunate. Okay. Onwards. Okay, I think at some point I can keep the same shading over multiple frames. It might not be this one. Nope, definitely not. But also what I can do... Oh, I actually forgot something. I can just move the things. Since now he's fully in frame and he only really moves his body slightly, I can also just move the additions and that should fix most of the problems. Just a bit slow. The worst part about this is always that it's just so slow. since the model has to be in max resolution to see the final the final shadows, unfortunately. So it is super laggy. Wait, how did I do this before? The ones visible are from form shadows. The ones that are missing are cast shadows. There you go. Yes. Yeah, unfortunately the cast shadows are the problem. And I don't think there's a way to sharpen them, unfortunately. You always have to draw over them. Okay. So, wait, what happened? Oh. Oh, never mind. I almost messed it up. This one is already done too. I just need to adjust this. There you go. Okay. So this one, you can see, we have the shadows. I mean, all the adjustments here already that we need. The thing is, they're just in the wrong position. So if we were to just go in here and move them slightly, we can also just sculpt them in the right position rather than having to redraw them every time. That should make it a bit easier to and faster to get all the changes in here. It's a bit fiddly sometimes to do it this way, but I think it's still faster than normal. I haven't timed it, but I would guess so. It feels faster at least. It feels refreshing compared to the other version, the other way of doing it. Oh, the lines I also adjusted, which is not good. I made a mistake. Also, something that I recently learned about is the the undo history. Undo history, actually really useful. Let me add that to quick favorites, and then, for example, right now I made a lot of changes, but then I realized the problem later, so I can also just go in here, undo history, stroke sculpt. I want to go back to before I sculpted. There you go. This way I don't have to spam Control Z 50 times. Didn't work. Did it work? Oh, more stroke sculpts. Stroke sculpt, sculpt. How many sculpts did I do? Oh my god. There's no way. There you go. Okay. See, I would have had to spam like 50 Control Z. This way I can also just see where I want to go back to and do it that way. First I want to kind of bring it in line. Oh, I can also just move it and then basically make it perfect. Even better. Okay. Looks pretty nice. Okay, good. See, and then we're already done with this. Next one. Boom. This one might need a few more adjustments since it is his mouth opens, but most of the other stuff is still in the same position, so it should still work mostly. Still better than doing it manually. What is this music? Okay. Okay. Looks nice. Down here we have the same. Shadow, okay. And then this looks a bit weird. Okay, good. So, what is this? Do we need this? Yes, we do. Okay. Yeah, the scope mode is oftentimes a bit easier to use. Something else we can use is the interpolation tool. So if you go to the second next frame, and if we do this one first, make sure that everything looks good here. Everything is in the right place. Basically do the same that we usually do, just kind of go through this and refine it. We can then afterwards use the interpolation tool to interpolate the in-between frame. So we don't even have to create it, we just have to generate it. Okay. There you go, this one is good. This side has a few more small adjustments. And then this is the second next frame done. And then we can use the interpolation tool. Let me show you what it looks like. So now basically everything looks good. We can then go over to draw mode. Go into the keyframe that we haven't done in between these two. And basically use this tool right here, interpolate. We basically just make sure that we are, we need to check where in the distance between the two it is. It's right in the middle in this case. So we basically just press, layer active is important, okay. Left click, hold to drag it to get to 50%. I think 50% should be good. Boom. And this frame is done. So this is a very, very easy way, especially if you have slight subtle movements, to also speed up your drawing process or your refining process. There's a small change here that I want to do, but otherwise it's perfect. We could also do this for multiple frames. I just don't know if it works that well for this scene. Maybe we could try, I guess. I think I'm just going to sculpt this all together. Usually for this you also want to make sure that you do big, broad sculpt strokes first before you go more into details like this. Because otherwise you might see some areas that need broad brush strokes, but then others you've already refined and put in the right place. So if you do the broad brush strokes afterwards or later, you might, break some of the things that you've already refined. But this looks pretty good now. The lip is a bit weird. Oh, we've left the oriental space. We're back in something else. Sounds like Christmas. We're moving from season to country to whatever. From hot to warm, from warm to cold, from cold to hot again. Okay. There you go. So now we have multiple in between. So what we could theoretically do is we could go into the middle one out of these three. Interpolate this one, see if it looks good. 50%. Okay, doesn't look that great, but now we can go back into this one, adjust this one, and then the other two should be basically perfect. What is this? Oh, right. Okay. I get it. There you go. Look at that. Pretty good. Now down here for the shoulder looks pretty good too. This I've already adjusted. So that's fine. So now these other two should be a bit easier. I actually want to check the last one again because I feel like it's kind of messed up in some small areas. No, actually it looks good. I thought it is, but it's not. Maybe you could use absinthe for such minute edits. Maybe. I don't know how well it could handle stepped interpolation. What is happening? Am I... Oh, okay. Sound music just switched. Yeah, I don't know how well it would do that. I also would like to keep this a sort of 3D project and generate most of the images in 3D rather than, you know, using, for example, absinthe or ebsynth, whatever you say, to generate, for example, the, you know, the in between frames. I could also, for example, use flow frames to interpolate some of the in between frames, but yeah, it's you know, I guess one part of the challenge is to see what you can create rather than, you know, creating it in any way possible. At least for this project. Oh, wrong keyframe. Yep, that looks good. Then we have a long break here, and then the shading changes anyway, so I don't think we need to copy anymore. One thing I definitely want to change for a second is the small shadow right here on his cheek. That shouldn't be there. Let me do that. Nope, alright, I have my thing right here. Where is it? There it is. Oh, I see a mistake. Okay, fixed. But it unfortunately got interpolated that way too. I need to move this down. And then this one too, I think. But that should be everything. Never mind, it's not messed up here. Good. Okay, and then this one is the next one. I guess I can still keep the body shadows, maybe. And no, never mind, I'll just do it again. Now we're in space. Listening to the sounds of the planets and stars. A trip through the universe. Oh, I drew it wrong. I made a mistake. Okay. Also, I could add a shadow to his neck muscle here. Do I want to do that? Maybe. Could make sense, like here. Just a small one. To add like a tiny bit more detail. Yeah, why not? Okay. Getting closer to the end. The end is near. The next scene is literally 10 frames. So very, very small. 1/6 of this. Also basically just one frame because it's just the camera zooming out. So there's nothing really that changes except for the camera's perspective. So it's basically just one frame, which is nice. Okay. There's this amazing old 3D program for drawing 2D images. It was really ahead of its time, but production stopped. Yeah. It's there's like a tool that allows you to create these line art lines, for example, automatically, which is called like Pen Plus, I think it's called. But the problem that I always have with those is that automatically generated is usually not good enough. You always have to add your little extra hand-drawn, you know, spice on top, which unfortunately you can't really skip that part. So the biggest issue with these kind of things is always like how flexible you are with, or it is, with you adjusting some of the things. If you, for example, can generate really, really amazing lines, but you can't really adjust them afterwards, it's kind of like not really that great. Except if they're like perfectly generated lines, which, you know, converting 3D to 2D generated lines is usually never perfect. So you always want to be able to adjust it. Yeah, and that's usually the biggest issue with you know, software like that. I think the Pen Plus or whatever you can adjust, but I've never looked into it. It costs like $400. Maybe we could look into it for a second when we're done with this scene, just because I'm curious. At that point I already probably forgot about it again. Damn it, I drew over the line. Okay. There you go. Only 4 more frames. The end is near. Oh, maybe I could add a little side shadow here. Rembrandt lighting would be pretty cool. We're being kind of hot, you mean? Maybe you could ask him out. Maybe he'll say yes. There you go. Yeah, that's kind of weird. Maybe adjust it a bit. Maybe make it a bit more steep here. I don't know, I kind of like the shadow if it's fully in shadow more. Makes it also a bit easier to adjust, so I'll just do it that way. There you go, lips can be a bit more refined. Perfect. Oops. That's not what I wanted. There you go. Okay. Kind of want to sharpen this shadow. Looks a bit weird otherwise. Okay, there you go. And then down here, what does the previous one look like? NPR rendering on YouTube from 15 years ago. Where is this a reference image from? Which one? Did you ever figure out how to get rid of those weird blended shadows? Yes. By drawing over them. Not really an automatic solution, just, yeah, that's something we talked about today. It's like how to get rid of them. I don't know if there's like a really great way to do it. It's just like the way the renderer, like Eevee, renders shadows, unfortunately. And I don't know if I can change it in any way. Something I also tried is to go into the light and change the angle. The angle is already at 0, which means it should be 100% sharp. But you can see, you know, the shadows are still not 100% sharp, which is unfortunate, but, you know, not really. It's just, I think, the way that it renders the shadows, unfortunately. So I can't really do much about it. Just, you know, I'm just going to paint over it, and then nobody will see it. Hold on. Like what would look better here is if I do this. Wait a second. There you go. Mouth shadow I forgot in this frame. So I feel like what would work better here is this. I feel like that's better, especially for the next frame. The reference of the Wolverine face. For this one, I don't really have a reference. I just used, you know, I just tried to find a fitting reference, like a fitting expression for what I'm trying to convey. I guess I have something that looks a bit similar in my references here. Hold on. But I didn't look at it when I created the expression. Here, this one. I guess it's kind of similar. There you go. Also, there was one from Saitama versus Genos in One Punch Man that looked a bit similar. Let me see if I can find that one. Oh, almost ear rape, but never mind. It's there it is. Here it is. This one. Yeah, this one's a bit similar, but I guess it's slightly different. Okay. The eyeshadow. Do we still need this? Yeah, probably a little bit, but not as much as it is right now. Maybe just like this. That's fine. Do I still want to keep that? No. I might also remove these lines. I don't know if they're really necessary. Because he isn't really frowning anymore. Okay. Can't wait for the full video. Same. Soon it'll be done. Okay, that's good. And then maybe a shadow here. Maybe that helps. Like this. No, that kind of looks weird. I think I'll leave it like this. Okay. And then 2 more here. This one also needs to be adjusted manually, unfortunately. But he moves quite fast, so we don't need to be as precise here. There you go. I'm gonna do the eyebrows immediately. Why not? I already know what I want to do here. Why not do it immediately? Are you always finished with refining? Yes, we're on scene 29 out of 32. So there are only 3 left. And I think I can finish 2 more at least today. I might actually save that one scene that I'm actually kind of excited about for tomorrow, or like for last, so that when I don't get to it today, we can work on it tomorrow. Because it's a fun scene, and it would be a nice ending to this part of the project. Okay. Are there a lot of scenes left to refine? Nope. 3 after this one. Okay. Lips once again. Yeah, unfortunately, I might actually think again about like using the grease pencil to refine the scenes afterward. It's like the best way to make it look as good as possible. But maybe there's other ways that I haven't really thought of yet that can also be used here to just save a bit of time. To, you know, not start refining at like 50% of the final look, or the, you know, how good it can look, but actually at like, I don't know, like 75 for example, and then the last 10% or so you can get through the grease pencil, because it takes quite a long time, and it would be nice if there was something you could do to just speed this up a bit. I guess something you could do is one thing I haven't done for this project at all is adjust the normals. So you could theoretically make the shadows immediately better by using, you know, adjusted normals. So you don't have to, for example, draw all these lines and refine it. Ideally, you would already have most of them refined properly, automatically. That requires a bit more work beforehand, but it could save you work in the end. I guess the longer the animation, the more the more time you would save that way. But it can also be very finicky, and I'm not that experienced with it, so I couldn't really 100% know that, you know, how I'm adjusting it is the way that it should be. So there are definitely ways you could still speed this process up. I just haven't looked into them too much yet. Wait, I haven't adjusted the body here. Oh my god. Kind of an interesting mix of music or genres, but only the same one over and over again. But everything is, you know, kind of relaxed, not too extreme. Music to sleep to, you could say. Okay. So, last three. This one is almost done already. I just need to adjust this. The body, the face is already good. These last two scenes are also less important since they're kind of part of a transition to a broader to the next scene. So that are going to be even harder to analyze, I guess, when you're seeing the final result. There you go. Does that look good from one frame to the other? Yeah, looks good. That's the good thing about those shadows. They can give you a good guide for how the shadows should flow during the animation. They might not be perfect, they might be a bit wonky, they might be a bit blurry, but at least they can show you how the shadows should move during the animation. So you don't have to, you know, figure that out manually, which is nice. Another weird thing you have with this shading is some flickering here. You can see it, like some weird flickering in there. It doesn't really affect the shading too much. It's not that noticeable, but sometimes it can just look a bit weird since it should be a flat color, but it isn't. So you would have to adjust this and just cover it a bit, which is a bit annoying, but you know, just one of these small things again that doesn't really make a big impact. Coming in a little late. Welcome. Hope you have a good day. No problem. You can come whenever you want. Okay, there you go. Oh, the face, right. Forgot about the main part. I was thinking about animating, but I don't have the patience for this. I mean, you don't have to animate like this if you don't want to. You know, 3D animation usually doesn't require you to do this. This is more just to, you know, make it look more 2D than simple 3D would, you know, just simply only using 3D would, you know. So, if you don't like this, right, you can also do a different style, for example. This is kind of hard to see. I guess I'll just do it this way. Do we have another ambiance? What is this? Yes, it is. Five minutes of dreamy ambiance. Okay. This one up here. Boom. I'm just gonna redraw the shadow, why not? There you go. Easy. Oops, drew over the black twice, over the lines. Okay, there you go. Did you see Hot Ones with Deadpool and Wolverine? No, I have not. Is it good? Should I check it out? Okay. That's good. This one can go over here. Good. This line is fine. I kind of have like a double lip line, but it's actually not that bad. I'm gonna leave it there. It's funny. Okay. I might check it out. I've seen it, I think, recommended to me, but I haven't watched it. There you go. Good. One more. Welcome, Plame. Hope you have a good day. Oh, the full body now. Half body, I guess. A few more adjustments, but it's the last frame. The victory lap, you could say. And then there's only one more thing to do. Arguably the most important thing. Oh god, wobbly. Welcome, Rikesh. Hope you have a good day. Boom. Boom. This one can probably be more like this. Good. And then up here, we have this thing again. Perfect. Sharpen this shadow. Sharpen all the other shadows. Maybe you know what I mean with the most important thing we need to do. Boom. Get rid of these weird glitches. Okay. Yeah, this needs to be adjusted, of course, but I'm gonna do that in a second. Let's do this side first. What is this? What is this weird shadow? I think I'll do it this way. Why not? Of course, the light is coming that way, but here's like an example of how weird the shadow can look if you only work with the automatically generated lights or shadows, I guess you could say. Fortunately, they're not as good as you might think. So you have to adjust them a bit manually. I guess maybe you could actually use this, but maybe just extend it a bit. Nope. Maybe like this, it works better. There you go. Yeah, I think that's better. And then this side too. This shoulder can completely go into shadow. And then over here we do the same. Good. This shoulder, First of all, clean this up. And then this one, I guess we could just do... it looks pretty good already. Maybe we could just sharpen it a bit. This. Perfect. Boom. Bring it down maybe a bit. There you go. I'm gonna do the chest and core area in a second. I want to do the other parts first. Happy new month. Awesome how you reply to all messages. Well, there are not too many to forget some of them, so I might as well. Boom. Good. So, this is done. We have this now, the core and the face. I'm going to do the face first just because it's known territory. And a bit easier to do. Okay, that already looks pretty good. The lips look fine. This can go. This can go. Come on, move. Is the leash that long? Good. I wonder if I think there are also grease pencil brushes. I thought of like, you know, I made a brush pack for texture painting. I wonder if you could also create a brush pack for grease pencil. But I think grease pencil works a bit differently. So maybe creating one there might be a bit harder. Maybe not. Haven't checked yet. Also, I don't really think I need them right now, so I don't know if I would create them. There you go. Now the nose. Your channel grows way more. You deserve it. I appreciate it. There you go. We'll need a little bit more in the face, and then we can figure out the big problem right now. Finding some of these. There you go. Oh, ambience is gone. Back to party. Let's make it a bit quieter. Compared to the previous song, it's quite a stark contrast. Okay, that's good. Just a bit more in the face, and then we can do the last thing in terms of shading. Okay, that's here. Boom. Okay. Now, for this. Shouldn't be that bad, but I wanted to keep it for last since it's a kind of a new thing that I have to figure out. So I wanted to do the things that I know first. Party, exactly. It's the victory lap party. This scene is almost done. Time to throw a party. Let's see if I can finish this within the song. Okay. This side can be extended a bit. Maybe even all the way. Like this. Ooh. Not bad. And then usually the shadows just kind of need to be extended a bit rather than actually fully adjusted, which is nice. So here, for example, I just kind of need to move them a bit more out to refine the structure a bit more. There you go. This side, for example, has a few too little or too few shadows, so we can bring them back in. Like this. Maybe on there too, but I kind of want to not add too much more here. This is the last frame that is almost not visible at all, so we don't need to do too much here. Okay, there you go. Perfect. So, the last thing missing is something in his face. We've been looking at it for a long time. We've already adjusted it a little bit. Now the last thing that we need to do. We get back to it, okay? Oh, song ended. We finished the body. Perfect. Okay, here's the last thing we need to do. Only a few frames as well, but before we do that, I actually see one more thing I want to adjust. It is right here. So once he goes to this... so he hooks this like this before. Oh, I see another thing I need to adjust, but that's fine. He goes from this to this. Okay? Which means that we need to also get rid of these lines. Maybe I want to make them shorter first, and then in the next frame they're going to be gone completely. Here. Get them out of here. Boop. Perfect. I think that makes more sense. Maybe you could add some... you know what? No, I'll delete them. Yeah. Why is Wolverine face like that? Because he has just realized that he has been shot. So now the next scene is going to be basically zooming out more to show his full body and seeing all the gun wounds that Deadpool has inflicted on him. You can't see them here because we don't need them here yet. Okay. So, last thing missing. Let me show you. No, there's another thing that I need to do. It doesn't end. But this is also a quick change. Just something that I forgot in his face. Okay. His teeth. Wow. I don't think I actually have the teeth shader here in these settings, so I need to do this to create them. Boom, boom. Okay. Good. So now all I need to do is just clean up this mess, this blurry mess, and then that should be the teeth and almost everything in total. Just a few frames of this. 1, Wonder if you could put each frame in an auto smoothing software or something like in Adobe Animate to make each frame be slightly imperfect, giving a more 2D look. What do you mean with auto smoothing? The thing is with this one, I'm more in trying to recreate a more modern anime look. I think like jittering and stuff you would have more in old anime. Like in newer ones you wouldn't have that as much. Oh. Welcome Cavity, hope you have a good day. You could also add jittering here, but you would have done, I would have had to do that before. Now it's a bit too late. But that was something that I decided not to add here. Okay, is that too high? We'll see. Are you German? Yes, I am. I am indeed. I think the shadow here needs to be a bit lower, so that should be better. Did you like the movie? I haven't watched it yet. Maybe at some point. I started this project before the movie came out. And then I just kept working on it. Okay. So. Favorite movies? I don't really watch that much stuff. So I don't really have that many options. I don't know if there's a movie that really like that struck me or anything. I couldn't think of one right now at least. Maybe there's one. The SpongeBob movie, the first one. There you go. That's a good one. Still holds up. Still looks good. We watched a scene of that recently. Do you plan on to show off big parts of this in the main video, or do you just do that in this stream also? Wait, what? Everything that I do on stream will then be turned into a video. I don't know if that answers your question, but I think so. So what I do on stream right now, right? It's basically what I would have done otherwise off stream. Or, you know, what I've done before for other projects, just, you know, without streaming it. So what you see right now is what I, you know, what I create as footage for the videos. So once the project is done, I can then take all the footage, put it all together, and turn it into a shorter video. I want to extend this. Okay. What will you rate Demon Slayer out of 10? Haven't watched it out of 10. There you go. As I said, I don't watch that much. If you ask me games, then that's maybe a bit different question, but movies I'm not really an expert in. Is it true that they teach Dutch in Germany? Nope. That is definitely not something that I have ever heard of. The main things that I've learned about is English, Spanish, French, and Latin. I think maybe Danish just sounds quite German, like similar to German, so if you know German, you can understand some of the things that Danish people say. It's less that it's like an actual language that we have in school. Okay, we finally reached the last thing I want to adjust. Are you also showing off the results of scenes in the stream? No, I'm recording and also streaming. So on stream, for example, you can see the webcam. But in the recording of this, right, everything here, what I'm working on, the webcam is not present. So you can only see, basically what you see in the recording is this. And what you see in the stream is this. Small change, but it's important. Sorry, Yuri, I don't do any custom gradings in my videos. Oh, draw mode. So last thing missing. Wow, this thing right here. You might call them eyes. I would agree. We extended them a bit, make them a bit sharper. So now we need to fill them. With white. There you go. Favorite game? Probably Minecraft. There you go. Probably or either Minecraft or Monster Hunter. I played way too much Minecraft and also way too much Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate. I grabbed Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate at some point, played it all the way through. Then I told a friend about it, played it basically with him, and then halfway through we were doing that. Another friend got it for Christmas, so we all three started a multiplayer account basically, or like a save that we only would play together, right? Except maybe farming some materials or whatever. And then I played through the whole game plus more that is only part of the multiplayer again. So I think I had like, oh, I actually don't have enough lines here. That's awkward. I think I had like, I don't think I had 1,000 hours playtime. Maybe like 700, but if you also include the other Monster Hunters that we played together, definitely more than 1,000. And Minecraft is kind of the same, but I only played that by myself. Maybe a little bit with others. That came a bit later. Minecraft was the first opportunity to do anything about, like, anything close to 3D modeling. It prepared me. It actually taught me about textures in games. Because I wanted to create my own texture pack at some point. So I had to understand how the textures work in Minecraft. And, you know, they're basically just cubes, right? So they're pretty easy to understand, for example, how like textures work or how UV and wrapping works. So that's how I learned how that works. English or Spanish? No, we had to choose between... So English was... we always had to choose English, but we were able to choose between Spanish, French, and Latin. I chose Spanish because back in the day when we went on vacation, we went to Spanish countries, or countries that spoke Spanish. Don't ask me anything in Spanish now, because I don't know anything. After 10th grade, I was able to vote it off, and I did. And now I don't know anything anymore. Nothing at all. Would you love to see animate Wolverine versus Sabretooth? Yeah, I think I might do more projects like this, right? Like animating. I'm probably gonna do more like animating 3D projects. I don't have concrete goals just yet, but it'll probably happen. Just, you know, I don't know exactly when, and also not exactly what it will be about. It might be, you know, in the close future. It might be later, but it'll probably happen. I have a Wii. I'm pretty good at Mario Kart. Ooh, I don't think... Mario Kart is one that I played a lot too. Mario Kart might be the first... So, I got the first Nintendo that has ever released. Like the original Nintendo DS, the silver one. And the first game that came with it was Mario Kart. So I played that game probably actually maybe more than Monster Hunter. I have yet to find somebody that is as good as me, okay? So that's what I'm gonna say about that. Just because I've played it so much, and then also Mario Kart 8 on the newer Nintendo, right? The next iteration, I guess, of it. And then also Mario Kart Deluxe a little bit too, but that's more with friends. Have you thought of making a gaming channel? Nope. Well, I had one before, for Minecraft, for example. But I actually had multiple... I guess I tried starting a YouTube channel multiple times. At some point I wanted to do like a Minecraft channel, which I did for a while, and then I stopped. I think then I started another YouTube channel on my own. I think also video games. I stopped. Then I started one with a classmate back in the day, which I stopped fairly quickly afterwards. And now the fourth time, I stuck with it. And now we're here. Want to play sometime? I'll beat you up. I don't know about that. I remember playing, you know, these time trial tracks that you can do. At least that was the case on I think it was Mario Kart 7, where you can do the, you know, the bronze, silver, and gold medals. But then you could also do the like the designer or like developer bot or like developer ghost, which knew all the shortcuts. And if you think you're good at Mario Kart, or you were good at Mario Kart, you play against those ghosts and you'll see very quickly that there's a lot to learn. I think I beat one of all the tracks that I tried, because they're just so good. It was like 1 millisecond faster than that bot, like ghost. It was crazy. Mario Kart Switch is worse. Why? You mean versus Wii? I don't know if there's a big difference. I mean, the mechanics are still the same, right? Maybe you have different items, so you would get maybe, you know, you would have a bit more chaos. But, you know, if you're playing Mario Kart, most people don't really play it for the competitiveness, but, you know, because it's a party game. So most people don't really care that they're getting bombed by 15 blues in one round, right? Okay, there you go. That should be everything. Time to render it. Let's check through it again. Actually, I'm gonna render it and then we can check. 0. Okay, boom. Render. 29, good. Wii is more challenging, okay. I guess that's debatable. I haven't really played Wii at all. I never had a Wii. At some point I bought a Switch, which is, you know, why I played Switch, but I don't really, only really played the DS games. So DS, Mario Kart DS, I think it's the first one. Then Mario Kart 7, I think. The 3D version, I guess. DS, Mario Kart DS. So this one was the first one that I started with. Here are the graphics. You can count the individual vertices. The wheels were basically just like cylinders with like 6 edges. There you go. Hold on, let me see actually. Mario Kart games list. Do we only have 9? I guess so. Here. Double Dash never played. Wii never played. 64 never played. DS, yes. What is this? I don't even know what that is. Probably the original one. Never played Super Circuit. Mario Kart 7, there it is. That's the one that I played where you can fly. And Deluxe 8. That's a DS game? I don't know if I played that one. I played 7 for sure. And then now there's also a mobile game. Yeah. I've only really played 2, I guess, but I've played those for a long time. On the original, whenever I talk about like the original DS that I had, most people don't even know that that one existed. They're like, oh, I have that one too, but then it's like the next version of it. Original Nintendo DS. This one was the original. And then afterwards you had the Nintendo DS 2 or whatever, or Lite, or whatever it's called. No, this one's the... What is this? Oh, 2DS. That's not the one that I need. It's the Lite, I think? Lite one looks a bit more sleek. Yeah, this one. I think this one, most people think that that one is the original. But the original is this one, the horrendously looking one. This one right there. That's the original. The only reason why I stopped playing on this one was because I broke this thing in half by accident. I think I sat on it and then the hinge right here broke off. The cable goes through the hinge so you can still play. It just like the two halves are just disconnected. Hold on, let me see if I can find Mario Kart on the original DS. Videos. There it is. Review. Ah yes, laggy ads, even better than normal ads. Any Kirby games? Nope. I've only played one Kirby game ever, which was the there was like a co-op Kirby game that you can play if you have 2 DS. You can connect one to the other that has the game, and then you play on only one on that original on that DS that has the game, basically, as if you would use your second DS would only be the controller. But I played that at a friend's house for like once and then never again. But you have ad blocker. I don't think the one that I have had for a long time works on YouTube anymore. And I never bothered getting a new one. Hello? Oh. Hold on. It's working. Never mind. Okay, but this one is done. Nice. The song reminds me of a different song. Okay. What is happening? Please, let me see the... It's crazy. Why is it so bad? Refresh again. Crazy. It just freezes after 2 seconds. Why? Okay, anyway. I guess I can't show you the gameplay. Okay. Good. So this one's done. Nice. So there are only 3 more left. No, 2 more left, which is nice. Wait, 2 more? No, 3 more. But the 3... One of them is very simple, one of them is a bit more complex, the other one is also fairly simple. I think what I'm gonna do is save the coolest one of those for tomorrow, because I don't, or like do that one last. So in case I don't finish it today, I can do it, we can do it tomorrow together, and then yeah, the full animation is done. At least the scenes, and then we need to composite them. Ooh. Welcome, Nicholas. Welcome back. Hope you have a good day. Any favorite music artists? Usually I don't really have like a favorite artist or whatever. I don't really have favorites at all. One that I like going back to sometimes and that I've listened to for a long time is Drolo. Hold on, let me show you how it's pronounced. Here you go. Right. This one. I don't know if I remember if I have anybody else. Otherwise, it's just kind of like whatever I like. It's kind of like just a mix of random stuff. Yeah. Unfortunately, the stream will come to an end. It's already 4 p.m., which is usually my stop time. So, if you want to tune in and see this riveting animation stuff again tomorrow, you can check it out on tomorrow. Let me show you the time that I'm online again. Also, real quick, after this project, I'll probably stop streaming again, just because I noticed that it's helpful for productivity. Like, you know, during the stream, I don't really check anything else and just fully focus on the project. But unfortunately, that just doesn't fit that well into all the other stuff that I do, you know? Like, you know, the rest of what I work on sometimes, or like how I work. So, this project will be streamed, or like will be fully streamed. So I'm gonna finish this on stream, but then afterwards I'm gonna stop by streaming again. Which means that the last stream will probably be on Friday. Just as a heads up, right? So I don't just disappear all of a sudden. If you want to see... Oh yeah, this is when I start streaming tomorrow. Or any day, I guess. So you can see when that is for you. I'm gonna... Oh, if you want to get notified when I stream, you can join the Discord or subscribe, I guess. Also, if you want to see anything else that I do, maybe the first part of this project that I've, you know, that we have been working on for a while now, you can check out the videos on this channel, I guess. Otherwise, in the description, there's a bit more of what I do. And yeah, we're gonna get back to this tomorrow, finish the last scene, and then that should be it for that. Do the compositing, do the rendering, and then yeah, we'll see what we can do tomorrow. Yeah, hope you enjoyed today's stream. Maybe I'll see you next time. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Until next time, maybe. Have a good rest of your day. Maybe I'll see you next time. Until then, See ya.